Recording in progress.
Okay, good morning.
And by. Somebody speak. That's
Okay. Morning.
Yep, that sounds bad.
Good morning, and thank you for joining today's Ag Commission meeting. Just a few opening remarks, but I'll call the meeting to order at 9:03 on Wednesday, July 16th, 2025. We will do our best to facilitate a smooth meeting with public participation. Today's meeting can be viewed online on CDA's YouTube channel. The public can join today's Ag Commission meeting through the Zoom webinar. Before we proceed, I want to review some guidelines and general instructions for the meeting. Each time you speak, please identify yourself. We will move in at this time to roll call. Ag Commission members, if you are joining virtually, please unmute yourself and say present. Ag Commission Vice Chair Jeff McCullough.
Here shortly.
Yeah, he's up there. Okay, Ag Commission Member Catherine Bedell.
Present.
Ag Commission Member David Block.
Present.
Ag Commission Member Dr. Amanda Weaver.
Present.
Ag Commission Member Elena Miller Cooley.
Present.
Ag Commission Member Harrison Top. Ag Commission Member Nick Trainer.
Present.
Ag Commission Member Colleen Pepler.
Present.
Okay. Moving forward, morning, Jeff.
Morning, sorry.
You're good. Other duties as assigned. We'll move into approval of the meeting agenda.
Mr. Chair, I move we approve the agenda.
Okay, we have a first, do we have a second?
This is Catherine, I second.
Okay. We have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion carried. Moving on to the next agenda item is approval of May meeting minutes.
Mr. Chair, this is Colleen Pepler. I move that we approve the May meeting minutes.
Thank you. We have a first, we have a second.
Second.
Thank you. We have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion carries. Now we're gonna move into, at this time, public comment. At this time, the public has the opportunity to address any issues that they'd like to address with the commission. Each person has 3 minutes to speak. As we move to open the meeting to public comment, please remember to introduce yourself and speak slowly and clearly. Your name will be called when it is your turn to comment, and the host will unmute your line. We are now opening the meeting to public comment. Is there anybody in the queue for public comment at this time?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. The meeting is now closed to public comment. Okay. Moving on, we're gonna move on to Commissioner Kate Greenberg's update.
All right. So I have a picture heavy slideshow for you all today, to kick us off with, lots of stories of where we've been, where we're going, what we've been up to since we saw each other last. So while Amara's pulling that up, just want to say thank you first and foremost to our CMC partners here at Colorado Mountain College for hosting us. We were driving over yesterday and I think Hollis asked, how many libraries have you worked from across the state? The same might be said for how many universities, colleges, water district offices. We have a lot of incredible hosts around the state, and I just want to say thank you for CMC. And if we go to the next slide, thanks to our host yesterday as well, the High Lonesome. So those of us who are here in Rifle in person got to spend the afternoon at the High Lonesome Ranch, beyond just kind of behind Beck, outside of Rifle. Had a really great time meeting with Travis and Lloyd of the ranch, and then of course getting out in the field a little bit. Lucky for some cloud cover. For those of you not here right now, the smoke is coming in, and of course Catherine and others who are living where the fires are very close to live it every day. So yeah, really great time orienting us here in Rifle. Next slide. I do want to start with remembering our dear friend, John Stolp. I think you all know John Stolp passed away last week after many days in the hospital with his family at his side. John, of course, is a predecessor of mine, Ag Commissioner from, I think, 2006 to 2010, before he became Hickenlooper's water czar and really led the effort for the creation of the first ever Colorado Water Plan. Of course, his leadership on the Interbasin Compact Committee, helping guide the roundtables and the state through the creation of that plan. Before that, county commissioner, lifelong farmer, leader in so many ways. He was a mentor of mine. I got to know John when I was with young farmers, and then as I became commissioner, he was on the top of my speed dial, and never hesitated to offer advice, to pick up the phone, to have me out to his place like he did so many folks. We got to have dinner with his family. Just the amount of generosity John had for his community, for agriculture, for the state was immense. I know many of you knew him, and some of you knew him for a long time. So I wanted to take a few minutes right now to share our thoughts about John. And then my proposal to the Ag Commission is that one option with John's obituary and memorial is that we can purchase a tree to plant in his memory. So my suggestion is that we do that on behalf of the Ag Commission. So I will open the floor, and just, if anybody would like to share thoughts, memories of John and his family, please feel free to do so right now.
Well, you're absolutely right about how generous he was with his time with other people in agriculture. When I was running for president of Farmers Union, I called him multiple times to talk that through. He always picked up the phone, always had time to chat. He was just so gracious and well listened. And very intelligent on all the issues. I just loved listening to him. So I considered him sort of one of the greats.
My understanding, even in the hospital, he told his family, no services until harvest is over. So he was still getting direction, it sounds like. So very much the Pepler family will miss him.
He originated out in Yuma, actually, before they moved to Lamar, is on his family farm. So, yeah, I know the family quite well. And John was, as Kate said, and you ladies have said, very ag oriented throughout Colorado, and actually had ties to the nation as well, but very much into ag and any kind of ag. He'll sorely be missed, sure will.
Do you need a motion for the tree, or? I think we're all very much in support.
We will get the tree
Great.
going on behalf of us as a commission and as a department. And John's service is, has been lined out as August 2nd, 10:30 in Lamar. A lot of us will be driving down, so if anybody does want to go and wants to carpool or coordinate, just let us know. Well, thanks, everybody. We're gonna move on to more updates. And I think next, I'm gonna talk quick federal updates, which I can't really think of a great picture to. I think the last, in March, we had been to DC, so I did have nice DC photos. I haven't been there since, I think February it was, but let me get you up to speed on where we are on our federal work. The level of uncertainty that we've been navigating these last 4 months remains. In some places, we have more clarity about where we're at. Things have been clearly terminated, for example, or clearly stated they're continuing in some fashion. Others, we are still finding out. For example, yesterday, it was announced that the regional food business centers will be terminated, depending on how far along they are in certain elements of their work. CDA was not a lead on the regional food business center, but CSU was, and we were a core support organization. Essentially, what the RFBC is intended to do was create sort of a regional wide business development hub for ag, food and ag businesses. Technical assistance, business training, networking, and really, having CSU as our hub for the whole Northern Rockies region was a huge asset for Colorado. Now, we are somewhat well positioned related to the termination notice yesterday, because there are what's called business builder grants that the RFBCs have been able to issue. We have started issuing those. So we are going to be able, or the RFBC is going to be able to continue its work through May of next year. That's 2 years short from when they were expecting to continue that work for ag. Now, those RFBCs that have not been issuing those grants, I believe, have 60 days to terminate their projects. So this is, that was as of July 15th. That's just to say we're still getting these termination notices 5 or 6 months into the new administration. So we're not taking anything for granted. We're taking this really project by project, piece by piece. A similar program related to RFBC is the RFSI, the Resilient Food Systems Infrastructure Grant. We are the direct recipients of the RFSI grants, and we're working with close to 15, I think, project partners, and this is on food system infrastructure. So really the build out, construction, that requires longer environmental review processes. So there's been just a longer effort overall. We have been given the green light that we are moving forward with RFSI. So we're hopeful that that will remain the case, and we're going to continue as though that is. Now, the big one, you all know that Climate Smart Commodities was terminated. So that was our $25 million Climate Smart grant that supported our soil health program, farmer training, equipment grants, market development, and much more as well. That was the remainder of that grant was terminated, so about 17 million or so. The USDA then created a new program, AMP, Advancing Markets for Producers, and invited us to apply, which after a lot of discussion, we did. We just got the red line version back of our application with a lot more contingencies on it than we were expecting. So the red tape that I think has been placed on us in some of these new programs may become untenable. We are really pushing as hard as we can to get resources to our producers. That still is our North Star, but we have tried many different angles to navigate this new structure at the USDA and within federal agencies and continue to run into roadblocks. So there may come a point where our efforts are no longer worth it for what we're having to navigate in terms of red tape and administrative burden. So we'll keep you up to speed on AMP, but Evan Cavanis, our conservation director, has just done a fantastic job navigating this with her team. We have, again, we knew this grant was a one-time grant. We thought we had 2 more years. However, we have been building structures at the state level to prepare for the offering of these one-time funds. So the ongoing state permanent, or I'm not using the word permanent so much anymore, but ongoing state level funding for the soil health program that passed this year created 2 full-time employees at the state level. So we were actually able to move some of our employees who were funded federally into those positions. The Ag Stewardship Tax Credit, which we passed last year and comes into effect in 26, also has 2 FTE, so we're able to move folks into those roles. And then we're actually able to place some of our soil health team in vacancies in other areas of the department as well. So we really kept a strong focus on keeping our team whole, supporting our staff who are amazing, and then filling out kind of that conservation soil health work at the state level that we've been preparing for. So all things considered, I think we're in an incredibly strong position to continue our work. We won't have the kind of money that we thought we would for producers, but we still have the same level of commitment and engagement with the work of conservation and soil health. Jordan is going to give updates here a little bit on other legislative and budget items, so I will just leave it there. We are tracking a lot of other changes at the federal level. Of course, the reconciliation bill passed, which has huge implications for ag and rural. Some positive things for ag, some really tough things for rural. And maybe Jordan can get into that some more. But I'll pause and see if there's any questions on either federal funding from the administration side or from congressional actions recently.
Because of the loss of some of these grants, have you seen or foreseen any permanent job loss within your?
That's a great question. Within CDA specifically, no, not that we haven't either mitigated by what I just described or planned for with the one-time, term limited grant positions.
Right.
Now, the implication statewide is much bigger. Both from the termination of federal grants across the board and what that means for state budgets. And then the implications of the cuts in the reconciliation bill, especially to Medicaid, nutrition assistance. Those also have major implications for state budgets. We were already entering another budget deficit year. Now with those federal cuts, that just undercuts the state budget even more, where we have to decide what's the state going to do to backfill on Medicaid to the extent we can. That means that even though we don't run Medicaid, we contribute to the general fund. We pull from the general fund, for example, so that we have a responsibility every time there's a budget deficit to put something back in. So that's what we're in right now. Jordan will talk about that more. So it's maybe a yes and, or,
Right.
we are part of this much larger picture.
Is Jordan able to tell us anything about food assistance? Like, so much has been cut. I'm just wondering where that is gonna come from, because that's not tenable in most of western Colorado.
Yeah, Jordan, are you able to jump in now on that?
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in now. I also had a little bit of that as part of my update. So, Kate, I'll leave it to you. Do you want me to jump in, or do you want to finish up and then we can kind of go into this a little bit more depth?
Yeah, let's wait for your update and you can go through all of it together.
Yeah.
Yeah, great, thank you. Okay, so we'll put a pin in on the rest of the federal, save it for Jordan in a little bit. So moving on, you can go to the next slide, please. Where we've been since we were last together. This is us in Southwest Colorado in Simon's country, with Tribal Chairman Hart, members from Simon's team, and Simon talking to our public forum guests out at Fozzie's Farm. So just a reminder of our last visit. Next slide. We then had 4 of our members confirmed unanimously, including our newest member, Amanda Weaver. That was another fun day. It was, again, we prep you guys, you might get these tough questions, gotta be ready for anything. And the legislators are taking your pictures and they're just so excited that you're up there and doing this work. So confirmed unanimously in Senate Ag, and the 4 of you were confirmed unanimously on the Senate floor as well. So a great experience again. Next slide. Then back down in the Southwest, we had a great tour with Beth Lachelle out at the Old Fort in Hesperus. Hopefully a lot of you know the Old Fort, but it's a fantastic farm education space. Beth has been training young and beginning farmers through her incubator program and farmer and training program for a long time. A lot of the ag work happening, especially at the smaller scale in the Four Corners, is because of what Beth and her team do out there. They have the Old Fort community market, and then actually got to be part of a water summit with middle schoolers from Escalante Middle School and from Delhi, India. We're doing an exchange on their rivers and what that means to them. The next slide. We then, I think it was the same day, hosted an ag roundtable with Representative Hurd at James Ranch. This was also really neat, and shout out to the team, Bethany and Evan and Amara and the whole crew for pinning this down.
Emily Paul.
And Emily Paul, who's our federal liaison, who just did a fantastic job. You know, our folks in Congress are very busy, but the congressman did take a number of hours to spend eating dinner and talking about all the issues we face. That was back in April, I believe, so we had not yet heard about the termination of our Climate Smart Commodities Grant, but we were feeling very tenuous about it, so we were sure to communicate clearly what is at stake with all the decisions in Washington. Next slide, please. Of course, it's bill signing season when the legislative session is over. The governor signed a number of really critical bills for us. On the left, you see Dr. Baldwin and I. This was governor signing the bill that removes gendered language from Title 35. So since the Department of Ag came into existence, it's been assumed through the language we use that Commissioner of Ag and the state veterinarian would be men. Now we just took that out, so it doesn't matter. And that was a big deal just from a historical standpoint, having myself and Dr. Baldwin as the first women in our positions and the governor signing that bill. On the right side, we were at the VITA building at Spur campus, where the governor signed 3 key animal welfare bills into law. So we're there with met folks from our animal welfare team, Joe Stafford, our division director, Dr. Baldwin, Wayne East, you all know from our non-lethal program. Again, just a really great time celebrating the work of our team across the board that they do year round. Next slide, please. And then Governor Polis led a Colorado trade mission to Vancouver, British Columbia. This is always a big deal to be able to go abroad and to do so with the governor, but particularly to go to Canada right now it felt like a very big deal, and to be so well received there. As you all probably seen, the governor's hosted both Colorado-Canada Friendship Day and Colorado-Mexico Friendship Day. Just given the environment with tariffs, the uncertainty of our trade relationships with our closest friends and trading partners, the governor has been very, very out front that Colorado is not in that same camp, that we are committed to our partnerships and friendships, and we want to do more business, not less, with them. So you'll see on the left, governor addressing not just provincial, but nationwide business leaders from Canada. In the middle there, we actually had a meeting with local elected, so a lot of mayors from around British Columbia. And then I got to meet with the chief of the Tsawwassen Nation, just south of Vancouver, about an hour. So really neat time in BC. We had an ag roundtable as well. So met with folks, kind of the equivalent of the Ag Council, the BC Cattlemen's, a lot of the direct to consumer food groups, research institutions, so much in common with Colorado. We have followed up. We've since had a phone call with Premier Eby, their equivalent of governor, just talking about how do we continue this relationship. So this is just one example of ways that Colorado is continuing to establish ourselves, of course, within the US, but as a unique entity with a unique brand that folks, when they're choosing where to do business, might be not so sure about the US, but might be thinking differently about Colorado specifically. So lots to come from that as well. Next slide, please. And then we got back and hosted our 3rd annual Insectary River Float. Because of the changes in Washington, we weren't able to do our multi-day that Catherine joined us on a few years ago. But we did, we were able to get out for a day. We camped for a night at a state park and then got out for a day on the Yampa. And this was another great day to showcase our insectary, the work we do on landscape scale, conservation, biocontrol. This is a leafy spurge release project. And so you'll see on the bottom right, that's actually Representative Dusty Johnson, David, from your neck of the woods. She had the longest drive and was committed to coming over the divide to see how water works over here. And Representative Megan Lukens, who we were in her home district up in Routt and Moffat counties. And then in the middle there is the FFA president and vice president from South Routt County. They joined us. Daisy was in all the photos, but the leafy spurge release photos. And thanks to Bethany again for just a really great outreach trip. For those of you who haven't gone on one of these with us, I would strongly encourage you to reach out.
Super fun.
And Catherine is a good resource. Not only is it, I mean, the river trip is super fun. You get to experience this wild place. You get to experience what we do at the insectary, but then the people that you make connections with. We've got elected officials, farmers, ranchers, water managers, folks who are really making decisions on how we use water. And of course, what that means for ag. And then on the side, you get to dump bugs on plants and come back a few years later and maybe the landscape looks a little better. Next slide, please. Oh, yeah, and then this is this was back to our conversation last night on CDA's non-lethal program. This is actually, I did this on my own. This wasn't one of our clinics, but this was such a neat experience doing low stress livestock handling with horsemanship and stockmanship combined. I was telling someone we were loading steers who had not been in a trailer before, except to get to the clinic. And it took us 30 minutes. And we were all very antsy to get those steers loaded. And Nate, our trainer, said, if you are patient right now, it will pay dividends in the months and years to come. So really just practicing the kind of patience that our clinics that we're doing with our wolf program are asking folks to really embody when it comes to stockmanship was really neat for me personally, and just love doing this kind of stuff. So glad we're able to do this at CDA too.
Can I add something there? So I don't know if Working Circle was involved in that clinic, but they were involved in the range rider training.
Yeah.
And they will come out, if you put a group together, they will come out and do some of this low stress livestock handling at no cost to you or your group. So they are foundation funded, and that's their goal, is to improve stockmanship. So really good. They're located in Bayfield, their home base, but they fly in people from all over the West to handle these, to do these clinics.
Yeah, there's
So-
one in Del Norte.
Yeah, so
George
if there's an opportunity, or if you have a group that might be interested in that, reach out to Working Circle.
Working Circle.
Yep, and you can reach out to us. We connected them with the office in Del Norte, and they had a fantastic workshop down there. I went to one in North Park. We've just been doing them all over. And it's true, what Catherine said, they will just make it happen, they'll make it work.
Where was this at?
This one was in Berthoud, actually, where I trained.
Uh-huh.
But so it wasn't Working Circle, but it was very much in the same.
Yeah.
And they'll do it without, if you don't have horses or you
Yeah.
don't work with horses, they show how to, work with the livestock on foot.
Yeah. Next slide, please. Okay, more celebrations. I think you guys know these two gentlemen. Ben Rainbolt is the outgoing CEO of the Rocky Mountain Farmers Union, and we are recognizing Ben this year for the Agricultural Legacy Award at the Centennial Farm and Ranch event at the State Fair. So while you are already all invited to that, I hope that you will also consider coming to celebrate Ben. We will do that award during the Centennial events. It's a really, really great time. We have all the Centennial Farm and Ranch families there, our awardees, History Colorado, Rachel. So really great time, and just really excited to honor Ben's legacy and all he's done for ag through Farmers Union, through education, through all his rural volunteerism and engagement, and his leadership throughout the decades. And then Robert Sakata, we can now claim as our very own, is receiving the Diane Hoppy Leadership Award from Water Education in Colorado. We'll be celebrating him at the President's reception for WECO in September. This is, if you look online at those who have received this award, I do believe folks like John Stolp and Justice Hubbs and, folks are in this category. So really hard to find a higher award category for leadership in water than this one. So really excited to celebrate these two. Okay, next slide. I'm getting there. We got State Fair and a few more updates. All you need to know is State Fair is approximately 30-something days away. End of course, the last 11 days between end of August and Labor Day. And I see David, this feels like it must be coming up faster than you realize. We, of course, have our fantastic new-ish general manager, Andrea Wiesenmeyer, who has absolutely knocked it out of the park. This will be her first fair, but what she's done to date is just phenomenal. So really encourage you all to come down. Hopefully you all got the invites from me with kind of highlighting where we'd love to have you show up. If you have any questions about schedule, events, just give us a call. Madison's also running point for us. And we'll make sure you get, you know, tickets, parking passes, whatever you need. And then, of course, the concerts, the carnival, junior livestock, you know, all the above. Great time all around. Okay, next slide, please. All right, Colorado 150 US 250 update. 150, 250 for short. We have a couple anniversaries next year that we are celebrating, so I'll fill you in on where we're at. Next slide. So I think you've seen some of this, but just as a reminder, overall, we are doing a number of things, and I'll talk about it in a second, but we're really looking through. We spent a lot of time with Rachel, with Tiffany Brigner, who's our project manager and our deputy at the Labs Division, talking through how do we organize a year-long celebration around agriculture. There's so many ways to do it, but we really chose these 5 themes that are simple, they're straightforward, and we feel like together allow for this incredible foundation for our celebration. So land, water, life, resilience, and celebration itself in agriculture are going to be kind of our 5 core themes throughout the different projects we have. So next slide. We have set a campaign slogan for all of next year's campaign, Setting Colorado's Table, 150 Years of Agricultural Legacy. And we chose Setting Colorado's Table for a number of reasons. The first is, what is this all about if not about sharing food together? So you'll see in a minute that our end of year strategy is really about bringing people together around the table, sharing meals, really the outcome of what you all do every day. It's also, I think, an invitation to join us in agriculture for those who are a part of it or not a part of it or not yet a part of Colorado Ag. We want to make sure there's room for everybody to feel excited about being with us. And while we're celebrating the last 150 years, we're also celebrating those who are here long before that and what our future holds as well. So really the time span of what we're going to be elevating spans many generations forward and backward. Next slide. So this is our kind of strategy matrix. You'll see, if you start in the upper right of the light blue, the coffee table book and stories. This should sound familiar because all of you are getting interviewed by Rachel here today and yesterday. This is the anchor of our project, is this coffee table book. So what we are working toward, and we're making great progress thanks to Rachel and her amazing writing, research, and oral history. So Rachel's doing all of that for us. We will have a hardcover coffee table book that you can pick up and give as gifts and keep on your dinner table and flip through with your family and friends, that tells histories and stories of Colorado agriculture. The oral histories that you all are doing and that many other producers around the state have been doing will be part of this as well. So we'll use your voices via words and text in the book, but then link probably via QR code to the actual oral histories that will live in perpetuity in the History Colorado archives. So that if folks are flipping, through the book and they say, whoa, who's this person? I love their story. They might read a quote from you and then get a QR code and go listen to you and your family's, story. So that is moving along nicely. Our goal is to have this all done and printed by next summer, so that we are ready, state fair, the end of season, harvest, all of that, ready to distribute the books around the state. And Rachel's already working with museums around the state too, to be able to carry this, especially in your hometowns, home regions. We'll be working with local radio stations and local newspapers as well to elevate these stories. Going counterclockwise, mural project. I'll show you this announcement in a minute, but this is also very exciting to me. We just announced a call for artists to create a public mural that we will unveil at Stock Show. We have asked the artists to create something that can be mobile so that we can move it to the state fair and have sort of an end of summer celebration. But in addition to the live 3D piece, we intend to use that asset, whether it's postcards for thank you notes or the book cover, whatever it might be. And then of course, the piece will live on in perpetuity, place TBD, that folks can engage with a mural celebrating ag. Harvest events. This is what I was kind of mentioning, obviously state fair. State fair is not explicitly on here, but it is a huge part of our strategy. So just so you all know, we're working right now on programming, security, tech, all the kind of infrastructure needs for State Fair to really make it big next year. So lots more to come there. But post-State Fair, as we move into harvest season, we want to be both hosting and supporting long table dinners across the state. And Colorado Proud will really help lead this. And we also hope it'll be a great way to tie in our oral history participants into community dinners. So those of you, of course, as ag commissioners, I would hope this would be of interest anyway. Bringing people together across communities, sharing meals, and then you'll have the book, you'll have the stories, you'll have the people who can connect with one another throughout that harvest time. And that leads into partnership engagement. CDA, we are not going to lead all of this. So we are looking to create sort of a package that other groups can take and say, I want to do a Colorado Proud harvest dinner. I'm going to use CDA's, game plan, host my own, and then invite my local ag commissioner or my local, so-and-so as a special guest at these dinners. And then surround sound, we're just going to have kind of a continuous buzz, elevating ag. We're really hoping to have, in my mind, some more partnerships with statewide broadcasting that can really help elevate your stories. Next slide, please. And this is our call for muralists. Be part of something big is the tagline for 15250. And we're leaning into that. So I think it's really is going to be a big year. Okay, next slide. Upcoming events. This is my last slide. Speaking of bugs, we are celebrating, as our team calls it, 80 years of good bugs doing great work at the Palisade Insectary. We probably talked more about bugs today than cattle so far, which is unusual. But the bugs do a lot of work for our livestock industry, actually, on noxious weed management. So August 14th, Palisade Insectary, you're all invited. This is true for the public listening in to join us for the 80th birthday party. Really excited about that. In addition, other upcoming events, I'm going to be hosting a cattle women's delegation to Mexico City in September. This is per invite from the Mexican Cattle Women's in January when they were here, and we took them up on it. There's gonna be a small delegation meeting with our Mexican Cattle Women contingent. Obviously, we would do this anyway, but again, timing, reaffirming our commitment to our friendship and relationship with Mexico. Given what's happening with screwworm, we want to make sure if and as the border closes and reopens and closes and reopens on the cattle front, that we just keep those relationships strong. And then, of course, showcasing women in leadership in both countries. We're getting ready for the 26th legislative session and then a ton more, but I'm going to stop there. That was a lot, and we've got plenty more for you guys. So I will take any comments or questions if there are any.
On your river trip in the leafy spurge, so we just got a notice in Mesa County to be on the lookout for leafy spurge. We haven't had that before. How is the insect population working on the problem along the Yampa River?
So the bugs that we drop, which we both rear at the insectary and collect from wild populations, they eat the leafy spurge and eventually push back plants, hopefully they don't eradicate, but making more room for more native vegetation. So the way the insectary engages in partnership with the Park Service in this instance, we'll do site dumps. We'll dump bugs on key leafy spurge sites. And then there's like the Leafy Spurge Project in Moffat County does this regularly. We've got all those Moffat County contacts too, at the county level, if you want to work county to county.
I haven't seen any yet, but
Okay.
I hear it's out there.
Okay, well, and it's river corridor and,
Yeah.
seeds will just travel down the river corridor and then you might get it in a place that you never seen it for
Yeah.
that reason. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Do you think Dr. Baldwin might join you on the Mexico trip? Just out of curiosity?
Yeah, great question. Yeah, we're working on our delegation. Yeah, and we really, there's question we've been working through of how much kind of business versus the regulatory disease management side we want to focus on. We are doing this in partnership with OEDIT, the Office of Economic Development and International Trade. So there's really going to be a strong business contingent. So that's where we're starting our focus there. But Dr. Baldwin, of course, is in touch with everybody and anybody on screwworm. We're also, we did actually capture some DC talent that lost their job but we picked them up and they're doing our screwworm mitigation plan for Colorado.
That's
So
great.
we're proactively working on that. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Yes, thank you. Moving on the agenda is the Regional Assistant Commissioner updates. We'll start with Riley. May, are you on?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So here around Lamar and Southeast area, I've been really busy with my day job. So I haven't done that much lately with CDA. The main thing that I have going is just kind of some community outreach and engagement with a partnership between GOCO and CPW. That's a regional partnership, trying to get one started here in the Southeast region. It's a brand new, and we've went through some challenges and some personnel changes and things like that. So we're kind of doing a reboot right now and getting things going again. Other than that, I don't have a lot of updates. There's not that much happening for me on the CDA front right now. So I appreciate the time, but I'll let you go.
Okay, thank you, Riley. Next is Nick. Purchase, Nick, are you available?
Next week, and we list.
Hi, everyone. I don't have any updates for the commission at this time.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Joe Stanko, are you with us?
I think Joe is busy being a tour guide and whatnot for Colorado Foundation for Ag. Teachers are in the Steamboat area this week.
Well, then we'll
So
expect-
I think her name is on the agenda a lot. So I think she's definitely immersed in agriculture.
Thank you. George Whitten. No. Okay, moving on to legislative policy and budget updates. Jordan.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry I can't be there with you in person today. Do have kind of a number of updates. Feel free to stop me at any point if you have questions, and hopefully I'll leave a little bit of time at the end for discussion, since I know there's a lot of topics that are of interest for all of you right now. I'm going to primarily focus on federal issues to kind of start with, and then some of the impacts on the state kind of after that. So as Commissioner discussed earlier, kind of one of the main focuses that we've been working on lately is the reconciliation package, or the One Big Beautiful Bill. This bill was kind of a mixed bag for agriculture, as Commissioner mentioned before. It did fund many USDA programs with some increases, including increases to specialty crop block grants, foreign animal disease response, agricultural risk coverage, price loss coverage, dairy margin coverage, amongst some other things. With that funding and some of those increases, though, a lot of programs that had kind of plus ups under the Inflation Reduction Act, a lot of those increases were kind of rolled back at the same time. So again, kind of definitely a lot of good things that for ag that normally would have been included in a farm bill were included in this reconciliation package. The reconciliation package also had a lot of other impacts on various programs at the state level that, kind of first and foremost, kind of immediate impacts to the state budget are going to result from tax breaks that were made permanent through the bill. These tax breaks are going to reduce state revenue somewhere close to $500 million per year going forward. So that's going to, again, kind of contribute to some of the budget challenges we have. Then there was a number of changes to SNAP. Amongst those is the state now must pay about $45 million towards the administration costs per year for administering SNAP in the state. So that's $45 million, and that's likely going to have to come from the general fund just to support that administration. And that's then on top of that, the states for the first time ever will have to cover a portion of the benefits that are administered in the state. And that is based on the error rates that each individual state has. So an important thing to note about error rates is this isn't, fraud in the system or anything like that. It's really kind of a state's ability and counties' abilities to properly process paperwork and make sure kind of all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed and everything's submitted kind of appropriately and on time. Colorado actually has one of the lower error rates in the country. We're definitely amongst some of the better states. However, we are still in that tier that will require require the state to cover 10% of the overall benefit costs. I think this year, SNAP benefits in Colorado amount to about $1.3 billion. So the state's share of that will be $130 million ongoing if we cannot reduce our error rate to below a 6% level. State agencies are definitely working very hard to try to reduce that error rate to get below that level so we don't have to contribute that 10% portion as a state. However, that is something that is very difficult to do without additional resources and spending money we don't have on additional staff to do compliance check and make sure that all the paperwork is done right when it goes through the system. Definitely some of the state agencies are trying to be as creative and innovative as possible in doing that to try to fill some of that hole. Also with SNAP, you've likely heard there are additional work requirements that are going to be placed on folks that are currently eligible and there aren't work requirements for them. This means that there's going to be a fairly significant number of people that were eligible for SNAP benefits are not going to be eligible any longer. However, many of those folks will still need support for meeting kind of some of their basic food needs. At this point, it's unclear exactly how all of those needs are going to be met. State agencies are kind of working and coordinating with food security groups across the state to start to coordinate kind of what that response is going to look like. You probably also heard rumors of a potential special session being called to address some of these issues. That is definitely something that's on the table. I don't think it's been decided yet. For a special session to be called, there really needs to be some bipartisan support for specific solutions that would be considered. And so I think there's a lot of conversations that are still going on about, are there things that we can do legislatively as a state to address some of these challenges. Also kind of note, as part of that is the SNAP education funding was not continued. So that funding does also expire in October. So it wasn't an immediate kind of closing of that side of the program, but it will kind of wind down in October. In addition to SNAP, on the healthcare side, again, the commissioner mentioned changes to Medicaid and eligibility requirements and also limits on provider fees, which is how Colorado pays for its share of that. The Medicaid picture is a little bit less clear than the SNAP picture and the impacts to Colorado. And that's likely to play out over the next several years. And so there's a lot of folks that are trying to digest exactly what the bill language means. And then also how that's going to be interpreted by our federal agencies and how they're going to then implement that. So keeping a very close eye on that. But also there is kind of a reduction in support for purchasing insurance off the state exchange as well. So that kind of combined with the Medicaid means that a lot of lower income Coloradans will no longer have access to health coverage in the state, which puts an additional burden on safety net programs. A lot of those folks that are going to be impacted by Medicaid or support off of the exchange are also the same folks that are going to be impacted by SNAP cuts. So again, there's a lot of conversations about how we can address that challenge kind of as a state holistically. and meet some of those needs. Beyond kind of the reconciliation bill that just went through, as the commissioner mentioned, we continue to see a cancellation of programs that were created under the Biden administration and really administered through Secretary Vilsack. The main targets of these cancellations really relate to climate programs or anything that was authorized or funded under the Inflation Reduction Act, COVID era programs, and really anything that used discretionary funding within the USDA. So I would anticipate we'll continue to see programs kind of in that area rolled back if they haven't been already. Also, with the passage of reconciliation and a number of items that would normally be included in a farm bill, there is a lot of talk about potential skinny or kind of farm bill effort this fall or a farm bill light to address some other items that weren't addressed directly in the reconciliation package. We have heard that there are some programs like the LFPA or Local Food Purchase Assistance Program and then SNAP Education Funding, which I just mentioned, that have fairly broad bipartisan support that may be included in a skinny farm bill, likely to, again, entice Democrats to vote for that package as it moves forward. This is all quite uncharted territory at the federal level because the reconciliation bill has really broken up that coalition of food security folks and agricultural folks that normally are required to get the farm bill across the finish line. So really focusing on that. Also, just some other kind of key things to note. In talking with some of our federal partners, it's our understanding that both the FSA and rural development offices in the state are still significantly short-staffed with staffing levels around 50% of what they were last year. The BLM also has about a 35% vacancy rate with no seasonal workers this year. So we're seeing some challenges on that front and working with our partners at BLM. And then we're also just tracking a number of anticipated changes at the agency level that are going to be coming out kind of this summer and fall, including the MAHA, or the Make America Healthy Again Commission, which is expected to release its report in early August. Changes to regulations around NEPA, some PFAS requirements, as well as BLM's looking at their grazing regulations as well. So following a lot of things and a lot of developments at the state agency level or the federal agency level as well. So many of these federal cuts, again, don't directly impact CDA specifically, with, again, kind of the biggest exception being the ending of the Partnership for Climate Smart Commodities program, again, which the commissioner already talked about. However, all of these changes at the federal level do have a significant impact on the state budget as a whole. So kind of just to kind of set the table. So for the fiscal year that started in July 1, so just a couple weeks ago, the state already had to reduce its budget by about $1.3 billion. As part of that reduction, CDA took about a 10% general fund reduction to our budget as our share of those statewide reductions. For the next fiscal year, we're now facing a cut probably of similar magnitude, which, if the economy takes a turn for the worse, which is increasingly likely, that hole could continue to grow, and additional cuts may be required. We are really kind of currently in planning processes for various budget scenarios, so that we are prepared for kind of what comes this year. But just like last year, we're likely going to have to kind of adapt and adjust very quickly on the fly during the legislative session. And really, again, kind of last year and currently our focus has really been on maintaining core services and programs, maintaining a high level of customer service, and supporting and maintaining our staff here at the department. However, at a certain point, if cuts, need to be deep enough to cover that hole, our ability to kind of maintain all of those things becomes very, very challenging and tough. Additional tough decisions are going to need to be made. And so there's a lot of unknowns right now, but we're again kind of just looking at all the different scenarios that are on the table and trying to be as prepared as possible as a department to again continue those core functions and that all of our customers and all of you rely upon. So with that, I'll stop there and happy to answer any questions folks have.
Jordan, it's Catherine. I have a couple of questions. So I believe in the big budget bill, there was something about NRCS funding reductions. Can you clarify that for me?
There's a lot going on. So let me get the specifics here. So I actually don't have that in front of me. I'll have to look that up and get back to you. I can get back to you in a couple minutes here, Catherine.
All right, thank you. And what I'm concerned about current contracts, if they were recently signed and are 5 years, I'm just worried about how deep I should allow that to get in before I pull the plug on the contract.
Yeah, and that is a general challenge I think that we're facing and everybody else is facing. Is kind of that uncertainty in federal funding at kind of going forward. I mean, we've always relied upon if there's a contract in place, we expect it to be honored. That's no longer the case, and so that's a challenge for us as a state agency, and I think it's a big challenge for producers as well. So yeah, so that is a huge challenge. NRCS funding was cut fairly significantly again in the reconciliation bill. Numbers are well, let's see. Actually, I don't have the numbers. I apologize. I thought I had them right there in my notes, but I don't. So, but that was cut fairly significantly, and so yeah, it is something I think that you and everybody else should be paying close attention to, and if you can reach any of your contacts at NRCS, talking through that with them. I know that's a challenge right now with staffing cuts as well.
Yeah. My other concern, of course, is food security for people that have been on SNAP. Mesa County, is fairly food insecure and depend on those programs, both Medicaid and SNAP, and double up food bucks and all those things to feed our population. There have been some inventive things going on. Community Food Bank has invested in their own deli, which is going to be a profit center to support their food bank. But I'm wondering, that sort of brought up something, and given the budget situation of the state, probably tax credits aren't going to be very popular in the coming years, but both for, programs like that, donations to the food bank, if there's any way to enhance the value of donations to the donator, might be something to look at. During harvest season, farmers and ranchers do donate quite a bit to our food banks in Grand Junction. If there's some way to enhance their donation values to them, that might be something to look at. Also, the Western Colorado Land Trust is piloting a program where they're going to be taking land that retiring farmers want to keep an ag but don't have any heirs. And they're going to be putting conservation easements on it and paying the landowner for the land, both the conservation value and then, something probably close to market value, and then put beginning farmers and ranchers on the land. And I'm just looking, I think that's a great program. I'm wanting the state to start thinking about how they can assist with that. So just something to keep on your legislative list.
Well, thank you for both of those items, and I'll address both of them real quick. So on the first one, that is something we're looking at is how we can kind of further support food banks and food pantries at this time. With a lack of general fund money, one of the areas is potentially tax credits. We do have our community food access tax credit program, which is more focused on small food retailers. But we are kind of exploring options to modify some eligibility amongst that program to again help address kind of more current needs. So that's part of ongoing conversations. One of the challenges, though, that we are going to face is that a lot of the tax credits that are really beneficial to either producers or to nonprofits are those that are refundable by the state.
Yeah.
And as we kind of hit kind of more of an economic downturn, we're going to start to see less and less of a Tabor surplus. Right now, I think it's projected at about 80 million, which is within the margin of error. And so if we don't have a Tabor surplus as a state, we don't have refundable tax credits. And so those credits are now worth a heck of a lot less in the programs that we administer and then some of these areas. So that is something that we are looking at, considering, but it's not without its own challenges. On the kind of ag land conservation front, we've had a number of conversations with Colorado West Land Trust and kind of the models that they're working on there. And Evan Cavendish and Emily Paul on our team have been kind of spearheading an effort to have conversations with a lot of the land conservation organizations in the state that focus on ag lands to see how we can support some of those efforts, particularly those like buy, protect, sell efforts, and how those then connect both to our stewardship and next gen goals as a department. And so looking into
We
that.
want to modify that by protect and sell, because most of the people that need access to land are not in that category that they will be able to buy it without some help building their agricultural operations. So what I want to do is put the buy, protect, lease, sell, so they get some experience operating the land first with mentorship, which is probably a role that the Department of Ag could play to help them develop their businesses so they will be able to purchase the land that they're on.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point. I think that's been part of those conversations in terms of how can we support kind of creating a holistic program that really will ensure that those folks coming on can stay in production, stay on that land going forward, because that not only, again, benefits that next generation, it keeps it in ag production, and then it also supports the land trust because it's much easier for them to steward that property and ensure it's stewarded over time if they have a good, consistent landowner that knows how to implement practices properly.
And the piece that was missing that when I was talking to Colorado West Land Trust was that mentorships, like who's going to oversee what the leasees are doing on the land. And I think that's why they put the buy in there rather than the lease. So if the Department of Ag could step in and somehow do that mentorship and oversight of the land for them, I think that would move that forward.
Any other questions for Jordan at this time? Okay,
Wait online as well.
Nick? Okay, go ahead, Nick.
Jordan, quick question on the House Bill 1332. There's a lot of buzz in the ag community, especially folks that are operating on state lands. As far as the working group that's part of that bill, does CDA have some influence on ensuring that we've got good agriculture representation on that working group? And can you kind of speak to that? What we're doing to make sure ag is very well represented on that working group?
Yes, happy to do that. And just for everybody's reference, House Bill 25-1332 is the State Trust Lands Conservation and Recreation Working Group that was created this session to advise the State Land Board. So on that work group, CD or the commissioner has a seat, or the commissioner's designee has a seat on that. And so CDA will be at the table at the working group. In addition, there's a number of ag representatives that I believe are appointed by various members of the General Assembly. I've had conversations with a number of the ag groups in Colorado, and they're all coordinating on the folks that they're going to put forward to be part of that, to make sure that there's good kind of an adequate representation from actual producers on that working group. Beyond the working group itself, we are working to kind of deepen our relationship with the State Land Board. Believe both the commissioner and myself may be going and talking with the State Land Board at their September 11th meeting. And then we've also invited Nicole Rose Marino, the new director of the State Land Board, to join us for the November Ag Commission meeting to have a direct conversation with all of you as well.
Excellent.
I didn't realize CDA had a seat at the table. All right. So that's good news. And will that be you or Kate? Do you have to sit in person, Kate, for that working group?
I'm looking at Jordan right now. See where
Yeah,
we're at.
so it's the commissioner, the commissioner's designee. So we haven't, or the commissioner hasn't officially appointed a designee, but I would anticipate it would likely be Evan Cavendish, our Conservation Division Director, that would be the primary lead on that.
And then Jordan and I will be in close touch with, everything that happens at those meetings to make sure that we're all closing the loop on that.
Yeah, and we will have additional staff at those meetings beyond Evan to kind of take notes and make sure that we're bringing back any necessary communications to you all and the rest of the industry.
Great, thank you.
Jordan, this is David Block. As far as the NRCS side, when some grants and things are taking place, example, livestock fencing or livestock water lines, etc., we have to have, excuse me a second, I'm trying to find my notes here. Permits, I guess, if you will, from, just a second. Can't believe I lost that. I just had it here. But anyway, it sounds like time factors are there. I was just wondering if some of those entities are getting cuts to get back to NRCS to go ahead with the permits. Excuse me on that here. Oh, here we go. So example, on state, federal, or tribal owned lands, they normally require permits or approval. And it seems like the process is getting longer and longer to get that answer back to the NRCS. And I was just wondering if currently there's any other cuts going on there in those areas as well, to shorten up those timeframes, because sometimes that can affect the timing of the grants too and their completions.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head of kind of specific cuts. I do know that just generally, again, with some of the staffing shortages, people are having a really hard time getting things processed at the moment. One of kind of the interesting things with all of this too is again, a lot of things that we're tracking at the federal agency level is kind of an effort to overhaul a lot of those processes with the intent of kind of eliminating some requirements or streamlining some requirements. So we're definitely keeping an eye on that, but it's kind of a mixed bag at the moment, right? Because we have kind of our current requirements are still in place for a lot of things, but we don't have the staffing to process and get things moving along, which is creating kind of a bottleneck on a number of items. But then at the same time, you have this effort to streamline processes and get things moving quicker, but that's likely going to take some time. And so I imagine for kind of the foreseeable future, we're going to continue to have a lot of these bottlenecks. But kind of down the line, once some of these changes in regulations come into play, likely to see some of that ease up.
And I can add a little to that. So we went to implement virtual fence on our Forest Service permit, and to even sync a fence post, and that sort of stuff you need in NEPA. Our district, or actually it's the 4 states manager for the Forest Service, just presented to Washington DC about some of that issues. And so I think they're starting to look at how they can make, doing work with the Forest Service a little easier. And one of the things that sort of came out of it was that the Forest Service was really interested in virtual fencing on public lands. So there might be some support for them to put towers on public lands for producers to use on their allotments.
Okay, any other questions for Jordan? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Jordan. Moving
Thank you.
forward on operations update, Hollis.
Okay, great. And America, can you call up our PowerPoint presentation? Well, good morning, and commission members. Thanks so much for those coming out and joining. It was great to see you all at the town hall last night and dinner. And sorry for those who weren't able to join, but glad to have you here on Zoom. It is July 15th, which means we're in a new fiscal year. So I thought I'd use our time and do a little bit of review of our performance for fiscal year 25 and a little bit of preview for this coming fiscal year. So we're going to look at our strategic plan, preview and review, and a review and preview of our wildly important goals, and begin to see kind of how they kind of all connect together. And also look at, for those who are at the town hall, how they really weave together what we do at the department in our 9 divisions and the commissioner's office, and the diversity that we do, and notice, kind of how they kind of come together. You can think back to kind of what Kate was talking about in her comments at the town hall, with all the work that we do and what our goals are and what we focus on. So let's dive right into it, and we'll start with our strategic plan and do kind of a performance review from last fiscal year. Again, we go from July to June for those, and just a real quick recap, and we'll go to the next slide. Amara, thank you. There you go. So just a recap of how our strategic plan is structured. Our strategic structure has 5 overall general directions, again, to capture the diversity of all the work that we do in our 9 divisions. And we focus first on our people and our community. We then have our markets, our economic productivity, our environmental stewardship and climate resilience work, our animal health and welfare. Those are our 4 outward facing directions. And then of course, our internal, operational, and improvement work. So for FY25, we had 36 strategic actions. So our strategic plan is actually multi-year. So we have multiple actions that we're working on that span multiple years. But we had identified 36 strategic actions that were going to be completed by June 30th of 2025. So 16 days ago. Of that plan, we had accomplished 34 out of those 36. So 2 of them are still in progress, so not able to hit that date, but they're still just humming along. So let's go and dive into some of those highlights. We'll dive into some of those highlights for fiscal year 25. Do want to point out that our strategic plan is included in our dashboard, and this is a public facing dashboard. It's updated regularly, so the public, as well as you all, can monitor our monthly progress of our strategic actions, as well as read our after action report. So when we complete a strategic action, we write these after action reports, which is I really enjoy reading them, where it captures kind of through a narrative, a real brief report of what the impact is through both kind of our metrics, the numbers, but also in kind of what was that impact for our producers and overall. And going forward, we'll be providing those to you in FY26, as well as kind of showcasing some of the big ones throughout the FY26 Ag Commission meetings. So diving into, we'll go on to the next slide. We'll break down the directions, and I'm going to highlight a few of our strategic actions and showcase, going into the directions, showcasing a few of the strategic actions that we completed. And we'll start with, I'm not going to cover all of the 34 completed strategic actions, and not all of them are listed here in the numbers, but I'm just going to touch on a few of them here. Under people and community, one of our strategic actions was to increase access for beginning farmers and ranchers to land, capital, and other resources to own and operate an ag business. And this is through our Colorado Ag Future Loan Program. This one was a multi-year program for a project that ultimately ended in FY25, or it was completed in FY25. We are continuing on, but a majority of that money that we had, it was $30 million, was completed in last fiscal year, with $21 million being lent out of $23 million being lent out to 90 through 92 loans, as well as roughly a little over $6 million being lent out in grants previous year. Of that $21 million that went out to loans, 76% went to beginning farmers and ranchers, defined as being inside of 10 years. 35% of those were considered underserved or unrepresented farmers, and 78% of those borrowers would not have qualified for a standard commercial loan. So we're very happy with kind of the general outcome of that program. Also, under people and community, we like to see that we featured our specialty crop block grant program. And here, this team that runs that program, their strategic action was to establish a new strategic priorities that would help them guide the specialty crop block grant program allocations and really allocate $700,000 in new grant awards. So this was a higher dollar amount that they usually have done in years past, and recalibrate what were the priorities to make sure that those dollars went out to efficient and effective projects. As a result, they issued last year $724,000 in grants under these new priority goals, which were to support next gen farmers and ranchers. There are 4 priorities: supporting next gen farmers and ranchers, scaling up high value ag, investing in new agriculture technology, and promoting and incentivizing soil, water health, and climate stewardship. Why do I want to highlight that one? Is I like this one because it begins to show how we're starting to cross function, break down those silos across the agency, where we have a specialty crop grant program in the markets division, prioritizing grant selection, focusing on soil health, which was typically living in the conservation division. So we're starting to see some cross utilization of our programs. So huge success with our specialty crop block grant. We're looking forward to the next round of applications as they work through. So that's people and community. Again, a ton of other great strategic actions completed and continue to be worked on. And you're just going to have to go to our dashboard and read the post-action reports to read those. Our second direction, right, is moving on to markets and economic productivity. Our organics program, their strategy this year was to increase assistance to producers seeking organic certification, and they were going to do this through increased technical assistance and program efficiencies, as well as provide modernization to the certification process. Now, they used USDA funding from the Transition to Organic Partnership Program to expanding the number of certified organic producers. They also modernized their process with the new software system. This allowed us to grow our certified producers from 158 operations up to 189. So that's a 70% increase last year. So,
And if I may, Hollis,
yeah.
that's coming out of many, many years of us having no new certifications because we didn't have the capacity. So this number is not only the growth this year, it's really an indication of all the work the team has done to become more efficient so that we can then open our shop back up to new certifications.
And this is a team of 2.
Yeah, thanks.
So huge win for the plants division there. Colorado Proud team, very, very proud of this one, pun intended. So their focus this year was to increase the diversity of the Colorado Proud membership and the expansion of products sold in culturally diverse marketplaces. So their Rooted in Tradition campaign for last year generated advertisements and videos showcasing the benefits and support that the Colorado Proud programs provided their current members of diverse membership base. And then as a result, and they did a lot of engagement and outreach to diverse communities and diverse community businesses. And as a result of their efforts, of the 273 new Colorado Proud members that joined last year, 28% of them identified themselves as members of a diverse community or military background. They're going to be continuing the Rooted in Tradition campaign for FY26 and continuing to grow the diversity of its membership, as well as trying to grow the diversity of products being sold in the marketplace. And Danielle Trotto, who oversees the Colorado Proud program, is going to be presenting a little bit on Colorado Proud program. So feel free to ask questions about her efforts on that a little bit later today. Going forward, next slide. Next 2 directions, we go to environmental stewardship and climate resilience. Pesticides and environmental stewardship, we're going to think broadly because again, we do so much at the department. Let's talk a little bit of pesticides, and pesticide team's action this year was to implement a new limited use designation for neonicotinoid, I can never say that word. I just call it neonic pesticides through developing and educating on the new regulatory requirements. And this is a result of legislation that passed in 24. The requiring legislations of any retailer selling neonic insecticides to actually be a licensed pesticide dealer. They did extensive outreach and engagements, establishing that new regulatory requirements. And by December of this year, they had 446 licensed pesticide dealers, 126 new dealers licensed through this system. Incidentally, and it's in there in the shaded area too, but they did implement a new pesticide sensitive registry database, also aligning with new registration, and 95% of those applicators used it within the first 6 months. I like that one too, so I'm just throwing that one in there as a bonus. Extensive outreach and education research for that one. Let's turn to our laboratory, our DLS, a division of our laboratory services, and what have they been working on? Internally, they've been busy cross-training, and their goal was to cross-train their staff on pesticide residue testing to expand their proficiency in testing when we get enforcement actions, when there's a human case of pesticide exposure and human health risk. Testing is critical. So they wanted to cross-train their staff to expand their proficiency in testing methods and instrumentation to report samples faster. And so as a result of their cross-training efforts, they saw a 25% reduction in their processing time and a 38% decrease in their errors. This is actually really critical at helping with another strategic action of ours, which is to reduce our pesticide backlog, which has been a perennial focus for this department for many years, and we are actually really close to eliminating that backlog. So real hats off to our team in our laboratory, working really hard. Now you may ask yourself, I'm going to stop here and ask yourself, well, this is Hollis, this is environmental stewardship and climate resilience. Where's soil health, right? Where's water? Right? When we talk about water, right? Hold that thought. We'll get to that here. Let's go to animal health and welfare direction, right? So this is our state veterinarian. This is our animal welfare division. This is our brands work. This is our division of animal welfare. This is where they play. This is where they live. And so to, let's see, where do I want to begin here? One of the strategic actions they wanted to complete was to achieve an objective of increasing animal disease traceability and response. The action was to assist producers and veterinarians with animal disease traceability, electronic ID transition. So helping with the transition to no-cost RFID tag program. They did some really amazing and creative engagement with not just the ranchers, but veterinarians to issue 234,650 no-cost RFID tags in just 3/4 of fiscal year 25, compared to just 102,000 in all of fiscal year 24. So in 3/4 of last year, they doubled, or 102% increase in FY 24. Great work by Dr. Baldwin and her team on that one. Moving on to our ag emergency response, Dan Frazen and his team. Last year, their focus was really to increase resources and engagement efforts for agricultural emergency response program. So they hired a second emergency response specialist focused on and placed in Southern Colorado. They established an internship program. They did several tabletop exercises. They enhanced engagement efforts. They responded to 11 agricultural emergencies across the state, ranging from floods, fires, blizzards, tornadoes, significant road closures. We all remember that one. And animal disease outbreaks. And then finally, we have the brands division, and what did they focus on? And their focus was, hey, they wanted to increase education and engagement with brand laws and law enforcement on livestock. Let me start that one again. They wanted to increase education and engagement on brand laws with law enforcement agencies and local producers. So the focus is on education of brand law. They saw and recognized that there's a gap of awareness of the enforcement of brand laws with local law enforcement agencies. And so our new brand commissioner, Todd Ingley, set out to begin to establish and build those relationships as the new brand commissioner, and begin those discussions and build those awareness of brand laws. He hit 16 county law enforcement offices, and 18 livestock associations. That was his goal, was to get out and build those connections.
And he has.
Because
I run into him everywhere on the
right. So that was our action, right? So flag of victory. And this one is a great one to say, because our strategic plan is iterative, it's dynamic. We build off, right? We build. So we have planted the flag of victory on that one. We'll do it.
Well, and plus,
little write-up. Yeah.
I don't know how much pushback there's been about the fee increase, but he's been out there. And so I didn't think that really has mitigated the fee increase just by being present in a lot of things.
Thank you for that. Yes, that was like the other message.
Yeah.
Right. But with this strategic action, this is a good example of we plant flag of victory, but we then come back and say, okay, what next? Right. Our objective is really to advance animal welfare, what's next. And you're gonna see here in a moment, what does that next step now look like? Because we're now gonna elevate this one into a wildly important goal. But wait, there's more. Next slide. We have that internal direction, right? Because internal operations is absolutely critical, right? How we do things internally, what we must continue to improve. And this means we focus on how do we support our employees? We're constantly refining our internal processes through improvement initiatives. We need to keep updating and refining and our technology is aging. We got to keep improving our communication efforts. So a couple here I like to highlight here, process improvement. We just talked about brands and the fee increase, but you know what? We also, with that fee increase, we have a responsibility to reduce our expenditures. So a process improvement project that we did here under brands was we identified 13 improvement initiatives for brands. 8 of those are focused on operational efficiencies that we're going to do. Less miles, more efficiency, better inspections. 3 of those initiatives are going to be cost savings, including, per your comments last time, we're going to including online payments of inspections and beta testing that. And that one's for you, Captain.
Thank you.
As well as 2 that we put in the category of providing, improving overall customer experience. So that was the goal for this year. Next year is to implement those, and we're currently doing that. For the sake of our employees, safety was a big focus last year. We did a lot of safety work. 12 employees are now certified in CPR. 26 of them were enrolled in our inclusive leadership program for helping them in their management skills. And 17 participated in verbal judo, which is basically conflict mitigation discussion techniques. And then I'm going to end on this one, which was a strategic action that involved you all, right? Which was our goal was engagement with community. And actually at this point, I believe it is also now a statutory requirement, which is Ag Commission engagement with the public. And what we did was we had 5 public forums, those town halls that we did last night. We did that'll count for this fiscal year, but last fiscal year we did 5 of those. We hosted 5 of those. We did them in 5 counties, and we had over 170 attendees. And so congratulations, Ag Commissioners, on that. Yes.
As a new commissioner, is that something new this last year that you've been doing? So there has not been a history of doing these public forums?
We've been doing this for a year and a half.
And we would do public events, but now we've really solidified that the night before our in-person meetings, we do a public forum like last night, so it's just more solidified.
Okay, so that's the review. Let's preview where we're going now. What's really great is this is high level of the direction. So what are we going to be working on this year? And I'm going to run through these really fast. It's almost like a encore of what Kate was mentioning yesterday. We're for people and community, behavioral health. We still work on focus on helping support urban agriculture. Our 150-250 is going to be a major component next year, particularly with State Fair. Environmental stewardship and climate resilience. We're still working on environmental invasive species response. Food safety is going to be a focus next year. Water resilience and is going to be a focal point, particularly water quality. Marketing and economic productivity, local food infrastructure, supporting growth of Colorado Proud, Colorado Wine, and focusing on international market access, animal health and welfare. We're going to focus on sustainability of wild and feral horses. We had recent legislation passed that's kind of codifying that program, that working group, kind of sustaining that work, education on brand law and theft, and of course, continue to work on emergency preparedness and response to national emergencies. Internally, keep modernizing our IT systems, employee engagement, and improvements to our financial management processes. So those are that's it. Like you want to know about CDA, what we're up to, that's it right there. But again, we have, and we'll just skip on to the next two slides, as I mentioned. With the exception of that internal direction, those 4 other outward facing directions, we have wildly important goals. So that's where we have our soil health. That's where we have our water. That's where you see the work we do with wolves and our next generation. And this one here, wildly important goal 1, which is expanding market access to agricultural businesses. Our international market works. Now, about our wildly important goals. So every direction has at least one wildly important goal. These are 3-year goals for the most part. We just finished year 1. So I'm going to talk about year 1 and now year 2 simultaneously. So the 3-year goal is that 240 businesses are going to have gained or expanded their access to national or international markets by the end of June 30th, 2027, by the end of 3 years, right? Year number 1, our goal was 75 businesses, and we exceeded that outcome by 80 businesses. Now, this is what we'll call, for those who might be new, these are called the lag measures. Now, a lag measure is an outcome. It's something that we don't have direct control of. So think like cause and effect. It's the effect that we measure based on the work or the outputs that we provide. Those are the lead measures that we also measure. So the lag measure here was 75 businesses was our goal. We had 80, pat ourselves on the back, and that's great. What did we do to get those 80 businesses to tell us through survey that they have gained access or expanded their access? We took them on 4 trade missions. We also had engaged in, one of our goals was to engage in at least 6 foreign governments and foreign ag leaders and begin to build those relationships. We didn't do 6, we did 10, culminating in highlights like Kate just highlighted with her trip to Canada, Taiwan, an MOU with the UK. So some of those are highlights. So beginning to like lay the groundwork for future opportunities. And other lead measures, but we hit that goal. So next year's goal or this year's goal is 80 businesses, and that's going to be a challenge, obviously, with the change. And so the team is looking at how do we calibrate and what do we need to calibrate, obviously, with the challenging global economic challenges that we're facing right now. So that's our wildly important goal for market and economic and market productivity. All right, next slide. Week number 2, right? So this will fall for what's our most important goal for people in community? It's gonna be a test on it later, Colleen, but it's our next gen ag leaders. And so our 3-year goal here is just to support at least a little over 1,000 new Colorado ag leaders in their professional development through apprenticeships, internships, scholarships, all sorts of ships, direct leadership training. Last year, our goal was 180 leaders. We ended up with 349 leaders, largely done through our Ag Workforce Development Program and offering those paid internships that Kate talked about a little bit last night. And then also our Next Gen Ag Leadership Program, which provides grants to organizations that then support our emergency leaders through learning educational opportunities. Both programs saw an increase in funding last legislative session, which allowed them to scale up briefly last year, and then we'll be able to scale up this year. So we should see an increase in numbers. 2 of the lead measures that we talked about that were completed last year were milestones. Are really going to put us in a good place for this year that I'm excited about. One was that we did like a feasibility on developing a leadership network. So something we've been talking about is, so we have all these next gen leaders, whether it's an internship here or they go to a event here, they go through this program here, is what happens afterwards. And we've kind of beginning to identify, like, there's these siloed programs and what happens, and there's no network. And how do we look at providing a network once people kind of go through their various programs and begin to keep them connected? And so we're going to be exploring that here in the new wildly important goal FY26, is how do we begin to pilot a program to kind of keep them and build them together and build a natural network. The other one that we developed in FY25 that we're going to launch very soon is looking at ag leaders in our workforce, and that there are people, workers that have been in ag for years that are ready to launch their own business or become business leaders in our workforce. So we are working on building a cohort, and this is through our Ag Workforce Services program with Aldo Para and his team. And they'll provide, they're working to bring anywhere from 15 to 20 ag workers that will receive essentially kind of business 101 education in Spanish, and then we'll get personal support and direction in designing and coming up with steps into launching business plans or business developments for them.
That's interesting. So I'm thinking about how you could use the Grand Junction Business Incubator to attract a cohort in person on the Western Slope.
And they are working,
Okay.
we connect because they are looking for partners to help with the cohort teams.
Because, so I've been working around doing grazing planning because I've noticed this gap that people are working to improve their soil health, but then they don't know how to use the surface efficiently to continue on that mission.
Yeah.
And one of the issues that I run into is I've been down in New Mexico and Arizona, and the tribal liaison, like getting things through the tribal politics, and I don't know how to do it. And so something to help with reaching diverse populations as well outside of the Spanish speaking.
America, we can go to the next slide and we'll dive into environmental stewardship, climate resilience. Okay, water here. Our 3-year goal is to advance water resiliency with Colorado agriculture. CEA will take action, 12 agency actions that are aligned with the Colorado Water Plan by the end of fiscal year 27. So what does that mean? This is a powerful wig, but the devils are in the detail. It's the Colorado Water Plan. A plan doesn't do any good just sitting on a shelf, right? So there's a Colorado Water Plan. In it are 12 robust agricultural actions defined. And some of them are literally agency actions. So it's literally aligned side to CDA. So we're implementing those that we can with the resources and the programs that we have. So we're putting what we can, that plan in action. And so our goal is to take action on, not necessarily say we're going to complete, but advance or make action on 12 of those initiatives by the next 3 years. So last year we focused on 4 of those in the water plan. And we achieved all 4 of those initiatives. I'll go into them in a minute. And then obviously for this year, we're going to continue with 4 initiatives. So they're kind of detailed. So again, the devils are in the detail. So what are those 4 initiatives? Number 1 would be the work Robert Sakata is doing on helping and assisting local government planning and with their land use plannings and considering agriculture and when looking into water issues. And our goal was for Robert to connect with 10 local governments. He ended up connecting with 11. I'm talking about 11 municipalities when talking about ag and water. And he really was, last year, really the focus was building those relationships. And then they're building off of that this year. And he's partnering with DOLA, and they're going to be working and taking that conversation to kind of higher levels and actually getting into deeper conversations about ag and water with those agencies. The other ones were soil health education. They did 20 in-field demonstrations all across Colorado in partnership with CSU Extension Conservation Districts. soil health advancement, they expanded soil health practices. Our goal was 5,000 acres. We ended up at 16,000 acres. And then soil health research, which we had 354 soil health tests collected, and to begin to build an inventory that they can then start to see the impact of conservation efforts. So that's soil health. And that's the WIG for environmental stewardship, climate resilience. And then finally, non-lethal predator control conflict reduction. That will be in our next slide, which is animal health and welfare. Boom. This one was only a 1-year goal. This is not a 3-year goal. This one was to establish the non-lethal conflict reduction program. So we heard Dustin and Jesse and Shelby talk. That's our program with Wayne. Engage, and their goal was to engage 250 livestock producers and promote the program, promote our technical assistance services. Our goal was essentially to raise awareness of the program and the services. Goal was, and it's like it was a shot in the dark a little bit when you're starting something new, a program and setting goals. And so we set at 250, thinking we were going to really just concentrate where we knew where the wolves were going to be first released. We ended up engaging over 1,600 producers. Some of the other more impressive, like lead measure stats on there, we went to 69 public events in 1 year's time. We ended up procuring the staffing we needed with Shelby and Jesse, the equipment that we needed, which was significant, and some equipment we've never ever bought ever in the past, to assist in their efforts to assist ranchers. And we provided 10 grants to organizations to provide immediate assistance to those ranchers. So that was the first year, right? And I think under that output, the word I focus there is we engaged, right? Awareness. It was an awareness campaign. Year number 2, this year, our goal, and this is a partnership now with CPW, so this is a shared goal we designed with them, is to provide direct assistance. So we're moving from engagement to assistance with 600 livestock producers, so that's our goal, to mitigate wolf conflict, focusing on non-lethal predators, non-lethal methods such as providing range riding, carcass management, site assessment, education by the end of this fiscal year.
So having been engaged in most of that process, again, when I went out on a couple ranges in the wolf area, there were holes thinking about the interaction between the environment, the wolves, and all that stuff. It's like we went up on one range and we were talking about how they move their animals through, and we came up to a big place of choke cherry growth. And it's like, this is where we go in the fall. And I'm like, what? It's like you're gonna put your livestock in somewhere where the predators are gonna be hanging out eating choke cherries. And it's like, let's change that. It's like, that's just creating temptation. And so also around, watering holes and stuff like that, when there's heavy treed areas around there, that's cover for predators, maybe not the best watering site. So maybe we want to do some water improvement and move the watering points out of this heavy wooded area. Just sort of thinking about how to mitigate the actual contacts of them. And I think that's one hole in the conversation that people weren't thinking about.
Yeah. So with this one, our goal is focusing and partnering with CPW, 600 livestock producers. I think on our end, I think we're 500 livestock producers on the range rating and carcass side, site assessment and education for 100. I'm not sure I gotta get that clarification. And then outreach on 30 counties. And then finally, and I'm gonna go quicker, I'm over time here. We have a 5th WIG. We've added a 5th because we're not doing too much around CDA. And we can't talk enough about brand law. Is we want to provide education and animal mistreatment on animal mistreatment and livestock theft. So this is not just brand, but also our new division of animal welfare. And so we really are seeing, again, this gap. And so providing tools and education to local law enforcement, anyone involved in the enforcement process, whether it's law enforcement, DAs, judges, brand inspectors, BAP agents, really they're driving a competence level of them to be able to enforce or play a role in the enforcement of brand theft or animal abuse or neglect or mistreatment. So we're gonna be working on developing like continuing legal education for attorneys and judges so they can recognize and understand animal abuse, brand theft, safe handling instructions, and all sorts of, understanding the law, understanding and recognizing abuse, et cetera, et cetera. So those will be, this is a new wig that will again impact both the Division of Animal Welfare and the brand division. And then as always, final slide, just really quickly, you can find all of these wonderful strategic plan and wildland prong goals on our landing page, on our website, where we list our strategic dashboard as well as our wildlife prong goals here. And we keep this updated monthly. And again, going forward, as we complete our strategic actions for 26, we'll showcase some of these in our.
That's a lot, thank you.
Yeah. Now you know everything about.
We do, you obviously do.
Okay, any questions at this time for Hollis? Okay, thank you, Hollis. Moving into a little bit of CDA's priorities, just as a commissioner and listening on the commission, listening to Commissioner Greenberg's comments on her agenda and what she's been doing, and also with Jordan with the state legislature and Hollis with the strategic plan. Impressive, I can say for myself and I think the rest of the board. But is there anything that to add on the strategic plan that we haven't already heard by these three individuals, by the commission? They covered a lot.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on, so.
And you know what I think I noticed the most is just the awareness in the community about what the Department of Ag is doing. I think that outreach and the connectivity between, the department and the producers is much tighter than it has been in the past.
And the transparency.
Yeah, the open book
Yeah.
policy as far as everything that's going on, it's available for
Yeah.
everyone. Listen.
I think this is fantastic, and one of the things I was thinking about when you were speaking about disease control and as well as the conflict mitigation. I can never remember the whole predator
Yeah.
instinct. Is just things on education in urban areas around some of these really cool things that are happening on larger ranches and areas. But things that we can remind people who have agricultural animals in the city around some of these diseases. I still interact with people who sort of have no idea. They don't think of themselves as agricultural producers, even though that might be just for their own home. I ask people when they come onto my farm, do you have chickens? Because I don't necessarily want them in my flock for obvious reasons that we all know about. But just there might be some easy educational things that make people realize that these things cross over into some of the smaller urban animals that people are keeping. Just, yeah.
Okay, anybody on Zoom? Okay, if not, we'll move forward. Thank you, Hollis, into Bethany Howe. And your outreach opportunities.
I'll be as quick as I can be, and that's now that everybody's full of information, I don't like to get over saturate you. But these are some great things, and as you have time on our very long drives back to where we're going, and things come up that you would like to prioritize in the future, or think about more questions. And that's something that I am happy to work on and think about for future engagement opportunities. As Hollis mentioned, we are looking at new engagement for this upcoming fiscal year. So we have one more in-person meeting with the Ag Commission in November. And even though that is in Broomfield, obviously there are going to be some opportunities there. So Amanda, I'll probably be reaching out to you to kind of talk through how can we continue to engage our urban audiences with what we're doing. So that is definitely an opportunity I don't want to miss. So really quickly, just a couple of things that are coming up. If you are interested in learning more about CORA, the really fun Colorado Open Records Act request that you might potentially be involved in at some point as people who are involved with state government, anything that you are communicating with each other on state business is CORA-able. So we will be having a training about that on July 31st. So we work really closely with the Attorney General's office and their team, which is really incredible to help support us with all of the different CORAs that we get across the agency. But there's always something new that we learn about CORA. Every time I get one, there's just a nuance that I am surprised by usually. So even those who have been doing CORA for a really long time, you get new ones that are surprising. And then we run to the AG's office and say, what do we do? Help us. So we'll be doing some training on kind of basics with CORA, and then diving a little bit more specifically into what are restrictions or requirements around a request for proposals or grant funding, because people can CORA for those as well. If they put in a grant application, they're welcome to ask how the scoring went and like kind of what their notes might have been on their grants. And so we're seeing a little bit more interest in those in particular. So we're going to dive into that. So that will be July 31st. I believe I put you on the calendar invite for that, but if I didn't, I'll double check on that here in a minute and see. 2 extra hours of your day that you're sitting on a tractor and you just want to listen in, that would be great. And then we are going to be looking at talking more about interpretation at in-person events as well with our outreach kind of subgroups. So I think I've mentioned this before, and I've been trying to include you on our division outreach meetings. But we had some really great discussion within our kind of subgroup about what does that look like for Spanish and other languages that are attending our events or meetings. What can we be thinking about holistically to help them have a better experience than just giving them a headset and saying, all right, here you go. And so we're kind of working with some other partners with Fort Lewis and people who have been doing interpretation at in-person events to get a better idea of kind of what their tips and tricks are, lessons learned. So we're continuing to kind of look in that space. So we're hoping to have a bigger discussion that is open to CDA always for employees who are interested in hearing from others who have been doing this for a while. And we're kind of newer to that space. And Aldo's team in particular has been doing an incredible job with bringing Spanish language to be just kind of more of a normal part of how CDA interacts with communities. And we always offer our public forums to have interpretation should people RSVP and ask that they would like it. But in person is a particular challenge versus like a Zoom webinar format, which you can have an extra channel where people can go and listen in. But the in-person movement and networking and tabling, and there's all kinds of different elements that come into a successful event. And so we want to make people feel welcome if English is not their primary language. So we're working on that and moving forward. And then I did want to echo what Kate had mentioned last night. We do have an in-person behavioral health meeting next week in Pueblo. So Robert Sakata and Rosie Scovren have been really incredible at pulling the group together. I kind of dip in and out as I can, but they'll be in person and then also virtual in Pueblo. And so if you have thoughts in your communities or things that you're seeing or just curious, and I know that it's really hard to go to yet another meeting, but I know that Robert is always open to hearing anything that you guys are seeing or would like to ask more about so that they can make their recommendations to the legislature next year more robust. So I'm always welcome to give us comments on what you are seeing anecdotally in your communities as well. And then I did want to give you some opportunity to get engaged if you, again, don't have enough to do with your lives. So there's a lot of events that are happening multiple times through other state agencies and federal agencies. So in particular, Bureau of Land Management has been hosting listening sessions in different areas of the state. They just had one in the San Luis Valley a couple of weeks ago. They are having them in different areas of the state. I have them listed out on this tracking spreadsheet, which I'll again send to Amira so she can include in your post meeting. So you can see when the next one might be in your area. They are particularly interested in updating their recreation management plan, which has apparently not been updated since the 90s. So they're looking at that. Ag has been mentioned as, you know, it's a land use that happens on BLM land, but it hasn't been particularly really highlighted within the recreation use plan. So I would think that there's an opportunity for ag users to offer their perspectives on what has been working for them and what hasn't been working as far as public grazing. I know that George Witten over in the San Luis Valley has been in contact with our BLM land management agency to let them know kind of what he's seeing, and he's in close collaboration with them. But you know, for other areas of the state, I don't know what that looks like. So just want to give you guys a heads up that they are hosting these meetings, and if you would like to go, that would be a great opportunity. And then there's a couple of other events that are happening with Division of Natural Resources. So they're hosting a few things through a Division of Water Resources. And then in particular, I wanted to highlight that there is a town hall happening in Sedgwick in August for the Perkins County Canal. So that might be of interest or others. Or, you know, it's an interesting example of what has been happening when one state like Colorado updates our water plan and we put into the public space what our priorities are and kind of the ripple effect that has across other states that are connected to us by water. So so that'll be happening. And then finally, the Behavioral Health Administration has been hosting different community conversations. And again, those are all listed in the tracking spreadsheet, but they're just wanting to be in the community space and have conversations about the work that their regional team has been doing. So the Behavioral Health Administration is a pretty new state agency as well, and one that we have been working closely with on the Ag Behavioral Health Working Group. Did I get all those words right? I think I did. So if you are interested, again, if there's a lot of obviously overlap that's happening between state agencies, but we're doing better at. I feel like in the last couple of years in particular, state agencies have been trying to work more with each other to say, hey, we're having an event in your community or in this area. Do you have somebody from your particular state agency, public or, you know, community stakeholders group that would be interested? So I'm trying to be a little bit better about letting you all know what's happening with other state agencies. We do obviously work really closely with DNR, but we have a really great emerging relationship with Behavioral Health Administration as well. And then finally, just an update again that I am the de facto CDA liaison for the tribal engagement with our Ute Mountain Ute and Southern Ute Indian tribes. And so there are still monthly meetings that I'm attending with other state liaisons. And they have a quarterly meeting in person with the tribal representatives. That is still happening. So not a lot to update. I just wanted to remind you that I am that person. So if you have interactions with the tribes that you would like to talk about what CDA is doing or let them know about events, I do provide updates every month about what CDA programs would be of particular interest to the tribes, grants, events that we're hosting. And so if you have anything that you would like to add to that and really try to, you know, continue to build that relationship that we have started with the tribes, which it's great to have Simon on the Ag Commission and have your connection in that area. So just wanted to pull out a reminder. And then a final ask for you guys for engagement as county fairs are happening. If you are going to your county fairs and you take adorable pictures of anyone who is participating or you're just having a good time, that would be great. I do tend to lean heavy on the San Luis Valley because that's closer to where I am, but I would love to have representation from across the state. We like to be able to show what it is that you guys are doing in other areas of your life. So if you do take some photos, just send it to me, text it to me, email it to me so we can celebrate with you guys, and then we'll all celebrate together at Colorado State Fair. So, cool. Okay.
Thank you. Any questions for Bethany? All right. Bethany, thank you. We'll go into a break. 10-minute break, maybe we'll meet back at 11:20, okay? And we'll get started and then finish up our, some agenda items before lunch. All right. Thank you. We've got everybody here, okay? Moving on commission business. This will be an action item, rules pertaining to the administration and enforcement of the Pesticide Applicators Act, 8 CCR 1203-2. And Wonderad, are you available?
Yes, I'm available.
Thank you, Wonder.
Yes. Good morning, our commission, and then great seeing you. I'm unfortunately joining you virtually. My name is Wandrad Gabru. I'm division director for plant industry, and then John, who was scheduled, he is not able to join for personal medical emergency reason. So the purpose of this rule is to further clarify new federal certification categories pursuant to 40 CFR Part 171, FIFRA, and then the pesticide sensitive registry notification requirement. And then specifically, I will go over highlight of the factual and the policy issues. And then the number one, the first is amend Part 214 and 2.28, the last several years, the use of unmanned aircraft systems, which is, we call it commonly drones, has become more prominent throughout the commercial registered limited, commercial and registered limited commercial, and then registered public applicator industry. The Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, requires that any person flying UAVs for commercial purpose must be certified as remote pilot and then hold a remote pilot certificate issued pursuant to the FIFRA. And historically, there has been endorsement for aerial applicators having a license and then the federal licensor, and then a commercial applicator dispensing economic poisons from UAV or drones must have both Part 137 and the remote pilot must have a Part 107 certificate to meet UAV applications or the public entities. And the FAA can issue an exemption through certificate or waiver. And therefore, the proposed amendment that we brought for your approval will now require commercial, registered limited, and registered public applicators utilizing UAVs for aerial operations to provide verification that the remote pilots are certified in accordance with federal law. This is the first. The second is in 2024 to comply with the new federal certification requirement. The department created a new category 309A, which is soil fumigation, and then a new 309B, which is non-soil fumigation pest control categories. And the federal soil and non-soil fumigation certificate requirement established are only specific to fumigants designated as restricted use pesticides. And therefore, this is to make this included. And then the 309A and 309B fumigation categories currently state the license is required for the use of fumigants with no clarifying language to limit this requirement to federally designated restricted use pesticides. Therefore, the rule will make it very clear in making this change. So the rule currently written would require certification in one or both fumigation categories for use these general use fumigants. The proposed amendments to Part 261B and C, 8.01M, and then 10.01C, D, and I will clarify that certification in the fumigation categories will only be required for the use of federally designated restricted use pesticide fumigants. Because there are the same chemical agents, but federally they are not also designated as restricted use pesticides, there is no requirement in that regard. The fourth change is the proposed amendment Part 1206A, B, and C which outlines the required elements of notification for turf and ornamental applications, will clarify when notices is required when applications are made to the pesticide sensitive registry, PSR, persons, place or employment or school, and moves Part 1208, the 250 feet notification provisions that went into effect in July 1, 2024. So this will add clarity by placing all turf and ornamental notification requirements into Part 1206. Therefore, this is to include. The fifth is the proposed amendment, which are to more clearly state existing notification requirements in order they occur. Therefore, it is streamlining and then simplifying the language to make it easier for the regulated community to understand the requirement. The sixth proposed change or amendment will outline the requirements for PSR, which is Pesticide Sensitive Registry, electronic notification, is to simplify the language to concisely state that only one notice is required for electronic notification and then confirming change. And that this is also very clear for regulated industry and then also for pesticide sensitive registered individuals. The seventh is, as of July 1, 2024, PSR electronic notification provisions was enacted. And then since then, the department is asking for confirmation of what types of electronic notifications are allowed. Therefore, the proposed 1206B6 defines electronic notification for the purpose of these rules to be text or email notification, and then excludes voicemail or any social media accounts. Therefore, this is very clear will be clear in the rules. The eighth is Part 1208 became effective July 1, 2024, adding a new notification requirements for applications that occur within 250 feet of PSR residence. Therefore, to add clarity to the rule, Part 12.08 notification requirements will be moved to Part 1206, so all turf and ornamental notification requirements will be outlined in one section of the rules rather than split. The ninth is the proposed amendment are to move clearly state the notification requirements in order they occur and to simplify the language to make it easier for the regulated community and to understand the requirement. This is also based on the repeated inquiries and then questions asked by the regulated community. And then 10 is the proposed amendment Part 1210, B, 1, 3, and 5, which outlines the requirements for pesticide sensitive registry. Electronic notification will simplify the language to concisely state that the only one notice is required for electronic notification and then confirming change. This is similar to the previous ones. As of July 1, 2024, PSR electronic notification provision was enacted. And since that time, many questions have come to the department asking for confirmation of what types of electronics notification are allowed. So the proposed change defines electronic notification for the purpose of these rules, basically has already been covered to be the text or email notification, and then excluding voicemail. And then the last one is the department's proposing amendments Part 13.03 and 13.04 to simplify the language in the rule. Part 13.04 was amended on May 3, 2004, and then to require the posting of flags within multi-unit complex common areas. This is to ensure residents were notified and applications occur in the area. The change basically will make it very clear for the expectation of the community and then also the responsibility of the applicator, so that this is the proposed amendment in Part 13.03 and 13.04 do not change the existing requirement, but rather simplify the language to add clarity and posting requirements in the way they may be done, so that it will really help streamline the compliance and an expectation, particularly how and where and how many posts are posted in those locations. Finally, I would request the Ag Commission to consider approving the proposed change to the 8 CCR 12032. And if you have any question, I'm here to answer. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Wonderad. Is there any discussion needed before the vote? Okay, there is a suggested motion.
Chairman, finding that these amendments are necessary and proper to carry out the provisions of the Pesticide Applicators Act, I move that the commission approve the amendments to 8 CCR 1203-2.
Okay, motion made by Catherine. Do we have a second?
Chairman, this is Jeff McCullough. I will second that.
Okay, second by Jeff. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion carried. Okay, moving on to the next item is an action item also. Pesticide Advisory Committee appointments. Wonderad, that's you also.
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner Simon. The Pesticide Advisory Committee consists of 15 members whose purpose is to advise the Commissioner on agriculture, agricultural, human health, environmental, wildlife, worker safety, and then other matters regarding the use of pesticide in Colorado, and to assist the Commissioner in promulgating rules and carry out provision. The committee had 3 vacancies and that were posted to the regulated community. And that this is commercial agriculture, turf and ornamental applicators. And then the third was registered limited commercial. And we have got applicants for commercial applicator on agriculture, and then commercial turf and ornamental category. And we received 1 commercial applicator in agriculture category, and Terry Moreland. And then we got 5 in the commercial turf and ornamental. And then I would like to also thank Elena Miller to help us and then work with John to review. And here for the consideration of the Ag Commission, we present Terry Moreland to be appointed on the agriculture commercial applicator, and Jason Smith on turf and ornamental in the commercial category. We are still will be looking for registered limited commercial, and there are also other positions that will be upcoming expire, and then we'll be looking also for the other categories. And then this is the recommendation. And if there is any question, I'm here to answer. Thank you.
So Chairman,
Thank you.
I was the commission member that reviewed the applications, so based on, excellent applications all across the board. But based on that information, this is Colleen, by the way. I move that the commission appoint Terry Moreland as the commercial agricultural representative and Jason Schmidt as the turf and ornamental representative to the Pesticide Advisory Committee as recommended by the pesticide program.
Seconded by David Blanc.
Thank you. And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, and apologies for Colin. Thank you for your help in the selection, and then for the mistake. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to another action item, the Bureau of Animal Protection, BAP agent confirmations. This will be done by Dr. Courtney Dale.
Good morning. Thank you for giving us some space on the agenda. We just have one agent for the Ag Commission to consider for approval this morning. We have Ariana Brienza Jenkins, who is employed as an animal protection and control officer since July of 2023 with the Humane Society of the Pikes Peak region. I can answer any questions if there are any. Otherwise, I will turn it back over to the chair.
Okay, any discussion needed? Okay, seeing none, I'd like to open this up for a motion. And there's a suggested motion also.
This is Catherine. I move that the commission approve the commissioner's appointment of Ariana Brienza Jenkins as presented by Dr. Deal and Joe Stafford to be an agent of the Bureau of Animal Protection.
Okay, motion by Catherine.
Also,
Have a second. All right.
Amanda Weaver.
Thank you. We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, all opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. Moving on to briefings and updates. Rules pertaining to the administration and enforcement of the Produce Safety Rule 8 CCR 1202-17. Dwayne Sinning.
Thank you for allowing me to spend some time with you today and some time on your agenda to address some of the proposed produce safety rules. The produce safety program is seeking some changes to the state produce safety rule. The purpose of those changes is multifaceted. First, it's to increase a threshold limit for farms that are exempt from the rule, and it's to clarify who is covered under the rule, and finally to establish clarity in the penalties available for non-compliance under the Act. The increased limits allowed for the exempt status are consistent with the FDA's annual adjusted for inflation calculations. The proposed change would increase the value from $31,925 to $33,297 and include the sales years of 2020, 2023, and 2024. The change would take effect for a registration period of January 1 to December 31 of 2026. Growers of covered produce whose sales exceed these thresholds are required to register with the program. So the proposed language would read under Part 3.5, for the 2026 registration year of January 1, 2026 to December 31, 2026, a farm that sold an average monetary value of produce during the 2022, 2023, 2024 with more than 33,297 must register with the department. This changes the maximum allowed by the FDA for the produce safety rule. And the change also adds a definition for adulteration, imminent threat to human health, and regulated person. The definition for regulated person was added clarity to the rule that a person that is not registered is still required to follow the rule. And that would mean they aren't exempt from the rule just because they don't register. And we have had some farms think that because they didn't register, they didn't have to follow the rule. The language clarifies that all farms who grow, harvest, pack, or hold covered produce are covered under the rule independent of that registration status. Farms that are not registered are out of compliance with the registration requirement, but they're still required to meet the requirements of the other portion rule. This rule change allows the state to fully enforce the produce safety rule rather than FDA inspectors who would if the state could not. The definition of adulterated and imminent threat to human health were added to clarify where a corrective action, stop sale, recall, embargo, or quarantine may apply. Adoption of the Federal Code Part 2 now incorporates by reference the Food and Drug and Cosmetic Act, which is 21 CFR Part 342, which was previously included in 7.2 of the rule that specifically related to adulteration under Section 402 of the FD&C Act. So it kind of brings everything together in one area now. definition of imminent threat to public health meets the standards and aligns with the principles of CDA's use of imminent threat regarding public health threats. It's important because it creates uniformity between on-farm public health protection and the broader public health authority the CDA has. So it moves some of what we have done before from CDA, asking them to do it, to allow the CDA to do it on farm. And I'll spare reading you all part 25 and try to summarize the content instead. Part 25 was added to the rule to clarify the authority that was provided under the Act to ensure that public safety is achieved. Part 25 clarifies the steps that may be taken by the program to prevent covered produce that either poses some or imminent threat to human health from entering commerce, including a corrective action plan, stop sale, recall, embargo, or quarantine, and the penalties for non-compliance. The change also addresses the ability to collect samples during an investigation to identify if a human health risk exists or to exclude a farm from further investigation. Previously, as I mentioned, the CDA worked with CDPHE under their authority to protect human health should the need arise for all sampling, stop sale, recall, and embargo on the farm. Part 25 allows the CDA to address those issues on farm. These rule changes are necessary for the CDA to protect human health and achieve the goals of the Food Safety Modernization Act produce safety portion. We've engaged with stakeholders beginning on June 12th with an email to our Produce Safety Committee, trade organizations, and interested allied partners that have asked for inclusion in notices. We included it in our June 17th Produce Safety newsletter that goes out to over 900 recipients, and we followed that with a town hall on June 23rd. So far, the only comments we've received have been that the proposed language that we have before you today makes sense. They appreciate the fact that CDA is stepping in to make sure that those roles are taken care of on farm by the CDA when we can. So with that, thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. Any questions for Dwayne at this time? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Dwayne.
You're welcome. Thanks, everyone.
Moving on to grant approvals. Kristen and Rosie.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. My name is Kristen Boyson. Can you hear me all right in the room?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner Martinez. I'm going to share some slides. So today I'll be asking for the Ag Commission's approval for grants from 3 different grant programs. We had a busy spring and had 3 different grant programs have application periods. First, our agrivoltaics research and demonstration grant. Then Rosie's going to talk about our new program, Climate Resilience Grants. And then I'll talk about our Acre 3 program, which is a new program for you all, although it is a long-standing program for the department. So we'll go through each of these relatively quickly, although all the grants are listed in a memo in your board packet. And at the end of each, we'll pause for questions, and then I'll ask for a motion for that program. So I'll start first with agrivoltaics. As you all know, this is our 3rd year of agrivoltaics research and demonstration grants. We originally were giving away $500,000 a year, although with the state budget cuts and kind of across the board problems, our budget was reduced a little bit this year, but we're still very happy to be able to give away $300,000 in grants. We also changed our program a little bit this year to have project priorities. The last 2 years, it was kind of very broad research and demonstration of agrivoltaics, which is, as you all know, solar over working rangeland or cropland. But this year we listed out both regional geographic priorities and priority project types. For the priority project types, we focused on demonstration projects, and we suggested people split up their project into different phases if they were in the planning, permitting, or construction phase. And then we had outreach events as a priority, and also research that targeted 3 specific research questions. First, around impacts and benefits of agricultural workers underneath solar panels. Second, kind of barriers to working with energy co-ops and utilities. And third, microclimates under solar panels. So those are our priority projects. Our priority region was the southern part of the state. And that was really due to the first 2 years of our grants. We were heavily kind of Northeast Colorado, Fort Collins, Weld County focused, and then also Mesa County had several projects. So we wanted to diversify our geographic impact. We had 14 grant applications come in requesting more than $1 million, so 3 times more than we could fund. And as you can see, we had a pretty good spread of different project types applying. We had a grant evaluation committee made up of 5 people, review all the grants and score them on the evaluation rubric, which was published in the grant application materials. And this evaluation committee is going to recommend the following 5 projects for approval by the Ag Commission. I split them up into project types as to go through them. And I'll go through these relatively quickly, but if anybody has specific questions on any of these projects, happy to tell you more about them. So we have 2 different research projects, one by American Farmland Trust, which is going to work with, it's going to meet one of our priority projects, working with co-ops and energy utilities in 6 different regions around Colorado. And they're going to do interviews and focus groups with these utility stakeholders, and then come up with guidance on how best to work with them. Agrivoltaics is a pretty new technology, a new way to do solar development. So really getting the buy-in of these co-ops is important, and understanding like where are the pitfalls and where will producers have trouble will be great as we think about future projects. The second research project is Dr. Alan Knapp from CS Colorado State University. He is really looking at forage under solar panels and interested in shortgrass prairie. So he has a project site out in Nunn, Colorado, that they're going to compare to a site in Longmont, Jack's Solar Garden. So it'll be a cool kind of native prairie restoration and incorporating grazing. For our construction and demonstration project, we are recommending funding a rotational grazing of sheep underneath solar panels in Boulder County. Long Roots Ranch has been grazing the IBM solar panels for the last couple of years and are going to do kind of a holistic regenerative grazing operation under those panels. So it'll be really great to see the benefits or impacts of that and how it's possible under solar. And then finally, 2 research projects, one from AgriSolar Consulting and partnering with CSU Extension to work with CSU Extension agents around understanding the agrivoltaic system and how to design one of those programs. So really getting some technical assistance to our local communities. And finally, the Colorado Agrivoltaic Learning Center is going to host workshops at Jack's Solar Garden in Longmont, but also regional workshops targeted at county commissioners around best practices for agrivoltaic setup. So we're really reaching a pretty diverse audience with this set of grants. County commissioners, utilities, CSU extension agents, and then of course just general producers. So we feel great about this suite of projects. I want to note, both in your memo and on this slide, it says American Farmland Trust is recommended for $95,000. We actually are going to fund them at $75,000. So note that budget reduction there. Sorry for that typo. So with that, any questions? And if not any questions, I would like a motion.
Okay, any discussion needed on these grant approvals? And do we need to do them individually, or can we do them all three at the same time?
I think she'll do individually, so this one's for
The agrivoltaic number 3, okay. Seeing none, we're looking for a motion on number 3 item for agrivoltaic research and demonstration grants.
Mr. Chair.
Oh.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Mr. Chair, this is Jeff McCullough. I move the commission approve the recommended awards for the agrivoltaics research and demonstrations grants as presented.
Thank you. Jeff, do I have a second?
This is Colleen. I'll second.
All right. I have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion carries. All right, moving on.
Thank you so much. I'm going to pass it over to Rosie to talk about our new climate resilience grant.
Thank you, Kristen. Hi, everyone. My name is Rosie Scovrin. I am the program assistant for our Agricultural Drought and Climate Resilience Office. And yeah, as Kristen mentioned, this is a brand new project, a new grant opportunity that we're very excited about. Kristen presented, I think, a briefing on this back in March to you all, but as a brief summary, in 2024, the Long Bill committed $500,000 to our office to fund renewable energy, energy efficiency, and resilience projects. And so part of what we're going to use that funding for is for these climate resilience grants. The objective is to support farmers and ranchers who have experienced or who are vulnerable and at risk of experiencing climate change-induced disasters to increase the resilience on their operation. And for this first round, we are prioritizing drought, wildfire, and winter storm events as our climate change-induced disasters. We engaged many stakeholders to develop this program, from our application to our evaluation rubric, and also in selecting this year's priorities. We reached out to Dan Friesen at CDA's Office of Emergency Management, and he was instrumental in creating this program. We talked to federal partners at FSA, state partners, local partners, county level, and then the Colorado State Conservation Board. And this is our grant evaluation committee. These are the folks who helped recommend the 15 projects for funding. So you can see a wide range of folks from County Emergency Management, State Conservation Board, the Colorado Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, and then a bunch of us at CDA from our Conservation Division, and also our Emergency Management team. We saw a lot of interest. We had no idea what to expect, and we got 100 applications that requested $2.5 million. So much more, unfortunately, than we have to give out this year, but definitely demonstrate a really big need that we think this grant program can help meet. So the median request was just under $30,000, which was the maximum that people were allowed to request for each project. The distribution of project types was skewed heavily towards drought projects at 65%, and then wildfire and winter storms were 20 and 13 respectively, and then we had a few other project types. So the two projects that we're recommending for funding that address wildfire are underground water cistern in Logan County, the idea being local fire departments can use that water in case of large wildfire or grass fires. And then also in non-emergency situations, that water can serve as supply for livestock. And then the group would also like to recommend a smaller project in Lake County for funding. That project will remove 11 6.5 acres of slash piles that have built up on a local ranch. And I won't talk about every single one of these drought projects. We do have 13 of them. We're happy to give more information or answer questions about any of them. But just to explain, the mix of projects that we got and are recommending for funding are looking at funding for irrigation improvements, crop switching, or purchasing of equipment to help with general soil health improvements. And then we also have a mix of projects here that will go directly to one producer, and then also projects that are led by a conservation district and will benefit multiple producers. And just two examples that I think show the types of projects that we're recommending for funding. The dryland cover crop trial in Conejos. The farmer is going to establish a cover crop that can be grazed under half of a pivot that's been retired from irrigation. So the funding is going to go towards working with CSU for technical assistance. They're working with Madeline Wilson, who is leading dryland re-veg efforts in the valley. And then funding will also go towards seeds and then planting and field prep. And we have a few projects that are somewhat similar to that. And then another project that is, I think, exemplary is Nancas Conservation District is going to do on-farm irrigation audits and offer financial assistance for up to 10 producers to make irrigation systems improvements. So examples of, we've got one producer for their one on-farm project, and then we've got a few projects that are a conservation district working to distribute funding across multiple producers. And we've got a map here of, this is the distribution of our projects. As you can see, definitely drought resilience projects were the most popular. Our evaluation committee didn't weigh, it was whether or not you were priority projects, there was no prioritization within the priority projects. So these are just the projects that rose to the top that our reviewers thought would have the most impact. So these are the 15 projects that our evaluation committee would like to recommend for funding, and the total funding distribution will be $338,000. We're happy to answer any questions. And if not, we'd like to ask for approval for these recommended projects.
Thank you, Rosie. Number 2, is there a discussion needed before vote? Seeing none, I'd like to open this up for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, this is Catherine Bedell. I move that the commission approve the recommended awards for the climate resilient grants as presented.
Thank you. Motion by Catherine. May I have a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Nick. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you. Moving on to the next one.
I promise that in this next year, we'll spread these out a little bit more, so you don't have to hear them all three back to back. Although maybe you don't want me at all your meetings, so maybe I should keep it all together. Welcome for feedback on those. All right, so Acre 3, which stands for Advancing Colorado's Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, has been a grant program with the department for almost 20 years. Until last year, it was housed in the Value Added Board, which is part of the Markets Division. And the Value Added Board reviewed and approved projects. However, last year, the state legislature funded it permanently through the general fund and moved the funding under the Ag, Drought, and Climate Resilience Office, my office. So because it's part of that office, the Ag Commission has approval authority. So this is the first time we're coming to you all with projects to approve. So I thought I'd give a little bit of background on how Acre 3 works. First, until this year, it was also a rolling application. So applications would come in and projects were funded throughout the year. This year, we just kind of due to the staff capacity and best practices of grants, we changed it to a annual kind of application open, closed, once a year process. So that's changed. But what's a little bit different about Acre 3 than our other grant programs is pre-applications come into CDA, we review them for eligibility, and then we fund the energy study that's required. And energy studies are just really important best practices for construction of renewable energy projects. And they look at the feasibility of the project, the payback period is an economically wise thing to do, and kind of any pitfalls that might come up in the project. So these are kind of best practices for renewable energy projects and also required by our federal partners, but they can cost a couple $1,000s a piece. So if you're an eligible project and you come to CDA, we'll fund that feasibility study or energy audit. And then you can use that feasibility study either to apply with us for implementation money or to go to your bank or a federal grant and show why it's a good project and why it's an economically smart choice. So today I'm going to ask for I'm going to show two different types of projects. First is in that kind of step 2 energy study, where we've had a selection of projects that will just fund their feasibility study. And then we have 2 projects that have their feasibility studies already, and we're going to fund 50% of their implementation costs. That's that step 3, construction funding. So for our first set of projects, we'd like approval to fund the 13 energy studies for these projects. Again, these are listed in your board packet. As you can see, they're from all over the state, from Weld County to Montezuma County to Baca County. And though they're mostly renewable energy, we have a fair number of hydropower projects and a fair number of solar electric projects. We also have a couple efficiency projects. Mountain Fresh is a dairy, for example. So again, these are smaller grants that will just fund that first phase of do the feasibility study or energy audit. Then we also have 2 grants that we would like to fund at higher levels. First is thermal curtains for a greenhouse in El Paso County. And thermal curtains are a temperature regulating device, and they're a great energy efficiency tool. So you don't have, you keep the heat where you want it, be it inside or outside. That's the Altman Plants project. The Storm Cellar Winery project is an agrivoltaics project over a winery in Delta County. And they're doing a pretty innovative project that they're going to store the energy on site for use with their winemaking equipment, but also sell some energy back to the grid. So for those projects, we usually fund about 50% of the total implementation costs. And both of these projects will have a payback period, meaning like the producer will start making money after 5 years. So it's a really good investment. So yes, 13 energy studies and 2 implementation projects for Acre 3. Any questions on Acre 3 or these specific projects?
With the 50% being funded, where do they usually come up with the other 50%? Is it grants or owner shares?
Great question. Sometimes it's grants. It's often the federal REAP grant can make up 25% of the remaining 50%. But then it's also often producer their own funding. Like I said, we make sure these projects are pretty economically viable, so they should make that money back because of reduced energy costs relatively quickly. But yeah, it is often a capital expense from the producers as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kristen. At this time, any discussion needed on the recommended funding? Okay. I'd like to open this up for a motion.
Mr. Chair, this is Colleen Pepler. I move that the commission approve the recommended awards for the Acre 3 program as presented.
Okay, thank you, Colleen. Do I have a second?
This is Catherine, I'll second.
Thank you, Catherine. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, seeing none, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you,
Chris.
Chairman. Thank you, Ag Commission. We appreciate
you.
your support.
Okay, moving on to grantee updates. Bethany.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you also to participants who have been waiting so patiently for a really long time. I will let them do the introductions for themselves. And in the meantime, I'm going to try to pull up the presentation that Emily sent to me. Amira, if I have that capability as a panelist.
You should.
Okay, great. So yes, if you guys wouldn't mind, can we? I was gonna say, wherever you feel comfortable, I mean, it would be.
Hold it.
I would say like, yeah, having you guys stand awkwardly in front of us for however long, maybe not. So. For sure.
Maybe there's lots.
And I haven't seen Miranda yet, but if she is still able to make it, you know, we'll wait a little bit, but we managed to catch up on our time, so. Yeah, this can be very relaxed. So. We've done this every once in a while for Amanda's benefit. We've been trying to be more inclusive of what has been happening once the grant funds have gone out. So you guys hear like the recommendations that people have made about grants, and then sometimes they just go off and do their thing and you guys have no idea what's been happening. So we're trying to address that a little bit by asking when we're in particular regions for people who have received funds from CDA to talk us through their project and how that went for them, and for you to be able to hear feedback from them on, you know, what were some lessons learned, what could have gone better, what were maybe some challenges that they experienced going through the grant process with CDA, so that we can continue to refine the process on our end and address those things that we're hearing, and so not existing in a vacuum on our end here. So this is still pretty new for Ag Commission, but Emily kindly put together a presentation, and then I will let you guys talk through specifically the grant that you were awarded, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourselves a little bit, and then we'll open it up and have just conversation and relaxed discussion between you guys and the grantees for that. And yeah, so that's what, yeah, so go ahead and.
Well, like Bethany said, we're here because we received a grant. I would like to thank you for the grant. That was a quick way to get financial help to producers in a fast manner. So these conservation districts, we do appreciate that. We form the Carpet Association of Conservation Districts. That's 3 conservation districts in our area. I am the president. My name is Jeff Gieslein. I'm the president of the Nelson District. I'll let these guys introduce themselves.
Kyle Laidlaw, Southside, board member.
I'm Emily Schwaller, the district manager for Bookcliff Southside and Mount Sopris Conservation District.
Mike Tornes, VP for Southside Conservation District.
Also good to know, all 3 of these guys, local producers. They also, all 3 have sat on the committee that's reviewed the grant requests. And Raymond Langstaff is here. He's president on our Bookcliff board as well.
The grant update, we have 17 producers that have applied. 2 of those are grazing pools. 14 of those have submitted expenses for a total request of over $23,000. We have tabled some requests for the future because we feel that we want to save enough money to help problems that may arise in the near future before we give away all the grant money. We have approved requests for $16,700. $3,000 of that was carcass management, $13,500 for range riding, and $187 for record keeping. Our process for reviewing the grant, people applying for the grant, is, first we've set up a committee from people from the 3 districts. So all these people, plus, we have another board member of the Book Cliff District. She is a retired FFA teacher. A member at large that works a lot with 4-H families in Rifle. And also a district wildlife manager, Travis Beatty. He's also on the committee to review the grant request. Our process of getting requests for the grant money, we're fortunate enough to have Emily work in the same office as FSA and NRCS. As people came in to apply for RCCP or RCPP, sorry, we told them about this grant money, if it could help in any way for carcass management, record keeping, range riding, that sort of thing. Once we started getting requests, we had the committee review these requests. Those requests were sent to the grant administrator through CDA, and then checks were cut. Some challenges we had. Emily writes down, learning as we go. This whole process is we are learning as we go. It's a lot of new challenges for producers in our area, a lot of stress level. There's been a great deal of learning while establishing the process. There's no clear answers to questions that producers have at some times. That's really up in the air of what's going to happen or what's going on. There's a big distrust between people on the ground and landowners and producers. I think it's getting to the point where CPW employees, producers don't trust them as much as they used to, for sure. So, and then lack of understanding of available funding. When people come into the office, they don't know where the funds come from, what are they applying for, where's the money going to go, what can I use it for, that sort of thing. But on the other hand, with success in the programs, it's a great way to get funding in the area that's needed the most, and it's fast. This grant money, we could get money to in producers' hands very relatively quickly. The review committee brought together people from 3 districts and also CPW on the committee, review committee as well. Adaptability of the grant. It's hard to know when the funding will be most needed. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. We don't know where more wolves are going to end up, where they're going to be dropped again. If there's more coming this winter, we don't know. So it's hard to plan ahead to see where that funding is going to be needed in the future. We have some quotes from producers that received grants. Most of them very, very thankful for the money. I guess one problem would be that this amount of money really is a drop in the bucket to what producers are going through for mitigation. So if you have any questions, I think that's, if I missed anything, Emily, that's the gist of our report. I don't know if we can answer questions.
So did people bring in range riders?
Yeah.
And where did they find their range riders?
I'm gonna let Kyle answer.
Are you, is it the CDA hired range riders or a personal
No, the
pool?
personal ones.
The personal pool
Yeah,
riders?
where did they come from?
A lot of them are just locally hired that know the area. Got obviously a great livestock background, know how to manage the range, know how to manage the cattle. And then we've had with us personally a pool, we have met with our local CPW officer and talked about what we're going to do for conflict, what we're going to do to preserve depredations, how we're going to go about when we do have a depredation. So those are kind of the steps that we've taken with our range rider. He's tracking what he does every day, where he rides, the presence of if there is or isn't a presence of wolf activity.
Do you feel like it would be valuable for the range riders to share information about what's worked across the state?
I think it's so, new and it's hard to, I guess maybe yes, because we don't know how it's gonna work out. Our range rider is an hour and a half drive away and limited, cell phone activity. And trying to communicate is hard. Usually you're driving there to talk to him in person, finding out when he's there. So those are challenges I think that we're gonna be facing, when we do have wolf activity. So of course, I mean, any knowledge that anybody else has will be beneficial to everybody.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that we can include in the range riding, after this season's over, is sort of talk about these best practices and what's worked and what people have seen. Because I think that kind of information could really help us in the future.
A couple of our grants that went out as range riding. I mean, they were classified as range riding, but they weren't. One individual was cabbing at the time. Basically, that money helped him pay for, he was having some pretty serious trouble at night. And with this guy not going crazy, being there 24/7, helping to pay for an employee to be there at night.
Yeah.
To help. So technically it wasn't range riding, but it
Yeah.
was somebody being present in the calving pastures during calving that to help haze.
There was somebody who had lived on the ranch and was kind of in the mix, not directly employed by the gentleman who owns the cows.
And did any of the funding go for cameras, game cameras?
So we're also partnered with Garfield County Extension. They also were awarded money out of this. And they're purchasing a library of game cameras. So we kind of partnered on that. We got the funding out a little quicker. We had less of a process for getting it approved. And we kind of did the range riding, those crimes management, early mitigation measures, and then they're getting a game camera library set up.
On another note, the two producers that are having the most trouble right now in Snowmass with the range riding is the last thing they want to do is push the wolves to another producer. It's not solving the problem.
Yeah, I know.
I think, and just range riding is very broad. I mean, they're almost in need of, just help in general with even an employee, not just an employee to be on the ranch. They couldn't afford to do the night watch and stuff like that. You're obviously just riding through the cattle and stuff. But I think when we say range riding, we think of the term that somebody's off up in the mountains riding, in the forest lands, permitted land and stuff like that. But these are people that need help just right on the ranch even. And so just something to kind of, somebody to fill that void and help them out.
Yeah, so I have RCP grant. And so we have a full-time range rider up where I are. And what I did when looking at the scope of work for the range rider is I got the one that CPW had used and used the best parts of that to fit my program. And so that it is a lot of cattle work, and it is fixing fence, and it is doing other stuff on the ranch. But I think sharing best practices as we move forward would really help everybody. It's like what works, what didn't work, and what was everybody dealing with. So we all spread the knowledge around instead of working our little silos.
It's also good to note that locally, everybody talks about federal funding, and 2.5 sounds like a big pocket of money. Locally, one producer in Garfield Pickens across our 3 districts was awarded RCP. And it's not anybody who's currently dealing with conflict. So really, this has been the funding that is actually going to producers to help cover any of this additional cost.
And it's hard to know. I mean, nobody knows where the wolves are gonna be. So again, I sympathize with that difficulty. We're actually in the area where the wolves you're dealing with were last year. So,
we had kind of made a motion to table some of our requests to see how the year plays out.
Yeah.
Cause I think the committee felt like this grant was more of a lifeline to these other producers than our federal funding and the help coming federal, there's just nothing there. Or it's very reactive instead of proactive. And, that's where we're trying to distribute, this grant.
That was probably smart. Yeah, that's one of the issues.
As these R3 districts combined, we were a little frustrated with how the NRCS federal funding was delivered. In my district, at conservation, we felt that some of that money should have been held for people that needed it when problems arise, not just give it out. And there, I know there's people on that list that receive funding, but maybe never had a wolf problem in 5 years, so
Yeah.
that was a little.
Yeah, I understand.
Mike, you have anything to add?
Oh. We appreciate the support. We just, communication's key on all this. They're like, Jeff was saying, the distrust in CPW is real. And there's a lot of emotion on this topic. And I think that if we can try, CDA is kind of maybe a bridge for that. I don't know exactly all what y'all do, but if we could try to get to producers and communicate that, because there's a lot of burnt bridges with CPW. I sit on the Holy Cross Cattlemen's board, and I've been dealing with this for years, and there's a lot of burnt bridges. And if there's ways that we can find to get people back together and make this work, we should be working for that. So this kind of money, as little as it was, honestly, we went a long ways with it. And a lot of these producers that are having problems are reaching out to us because they trust us and not the CPW. So I think that money was well spent. I think that we need to look forward and see what we can do to try to help those producers, because it's a very real problem. It's very emotional. It's a very big deal for these producers. So
I think it'd be nice to establish more of a relationship with the CDA, the commission and everything going forward on future grants or yearly grants, because obviously this one-time grant isn't it's just temporary, and we're gonna see a lot more real problems in the future. I think of lack of funding and stuff like that. So it would be nice to maybe pursue an avenue of future funding or something like that. It helps those producers know that somebody else cares, on a state level and stuff. When we are seeing like a lot of there's not transparency and stuff like that.
Well, that leads into my question. I'm Kate Greenberg, Commissioner, and appreciate you guys taking the time today. I'm gonna be out in Roaring Fork with Emily and maybe some of you all next week with our state veterinarian too, doing some field visits with CCA, other folks. So looking forward to that. This was a one-time deal, as you know, and we were able to do this in-house to move the dollars. So out years, we have no idea. We know we're in a tough budget environment. It's gonna get tougher federally and at the state level. So just, you all know that, want to make sure that we all know that, but obviously the impact on the ground is there. So it might just be a comment with some open-ended question about, maybe keeping this conversation alive, knowing there's real funding constraints, but that we all care about the impact that the money can have for you all. So maybe this is a place we can keep working together to figure out what resources are available, how would they come down the pike, and what would be kind of the tip of the spear, the most important places to direct that funding. Definitely hearing you on, preserving some flexibility to really follow the problem, rather than dumping all the money in one place and locking it in, and then you didn't target the problem, and then you're kind of left hanging. So I guess this is an invitation for our commission, for our staff, for you all, to keep that going, knowing we've got real constraints, but we got real problems to solve together too.
How do you guys think, I just wrote a couple of comments you guys made, the stress and the learning, and obviously you've been talking about that, no clear answers, the trust. And I don't know, sometimes I have to solve problems by asking questions, but I guess with those those 4 key things that I wrote down, what do you guys think? How could we help the stress levels? I mean, in general, both sides of the party. How can CPW, how can Garland Farm and Ag, how can us as ag producers, how can we help each other lessen the stress, I guess? How can we learn which we're learning from this because of the problems, and you guys have answered a lot of those, but, sometimes we have to solve our own problems, I guess, in ag. And, so I'm just kind of curious on that. And how can we get that trust back? I know the bridges are burnt, you know, we're in ag, we're gonna have to continue to be leaders and, get the trust back, I guess. So I'm just kind of curious on that way, or on those things. How do you think we can do that?
I think a lot of it is community. Here is a grant that the state awarded us that, we are able to distribute within our community and help our local producers out and kind of keep that relationship going. And I think with, as far as like CPW, I don't know how we mend those relationships other than transparency and being honest. But I think at the end of the day, when it comes down to the wolf conflict, it's gonna be the community pulling together, the producers, the CDA, you know, they're able to. That's kind of how I view it. I mean, we're gonna have to work together on all of this.
My opinion on that would be, my opinion is producers are very goal oriented people. And I think that, this it was a problem to start with, and it wasn't a good plan. So it was constantly, hey, you need to get rid of your carcasses. And then all of a sudden you got to get rid of a range rider. And then all of a sudden you need cameras. And then all of a sudden, like, it's a whole lot of unobtainable goals. And as soon as you meet those goals, there's another goal. And so I think that if we could find a way to paint that picture as hard as it is, because we're all learning, but we're not the first state to do this, you know, and we visited with other states and stuff, but we're all learning that. And if we could find a way to get to our producers and say, this is what we need from you, and this is what we can do, I think we can build some of that back, because it's just a whole lot of unattainable goals. And as soon as they meet these goals, and these people are stretched as it is, they're very thin. And as soon as we meet those goals go away, and we got to do something else. And a lot of times they contradict themselves. You know, we were going up there with flashbangs and all this other stuff in calving areas, like wildfire. I mean, flashbangs, how are we supposed to use flashbangs during wildfire season, you know, and flaggery, how are we supposed to do that in this area? You know, it's very thick. And these are the questions we've been asking through the Cattlemen's Association for years, and we just can't get any answers other than just go do it, you know. So that's kind of long-winded, but I think that if we could find a way to give these guys ways to paint this picture for them and say, this is what we need from you, this is what we're going to do for you to help you with this, I think that would go a very long way.
As you've got a tough question, but I think what CDA could do is help bridge the disconnect between ag producers and the general public. There's a big disconnect of what is really happening on the ground that the general people don't have any idea what's going on. And maybe that's what CDA could do, is help bridge that a little bit.
A lot of those rules, if I may jump in here, are geared towards properties that are 100 acres or whatever in size, where flattering may work. But these guys are dealing with 100,000 acres, 1 million acres there's 1.3 million acres on the White River National Forest. You can't put flattery up on all of that. And most of it, where most of the cattle are, that Nick talked about, is on the Divine Creek and that country in there, that's all oak brush. You can't even ride a horse through it. A wolf can go underneath of it, but you're not. And that disconnect that Jeff's talking about, I think the CDA needs to help work on that. People's understanding of the realities. Pitkin County is nearly 90% public land. Garfield County is 65% public land.
Just an example of, you know, people think that flattery works, and it does sometimes. But in this situation in Sonax, after a week, the wolves ran right through it. You would chase the wolves out of the cattle, they would not even bat an eye, run right underneath it. So the general public thinks, oh, good flat area optics can solve the problem. But all these tools that we have, I mean, maybe we're dealing with a set of rules that obviously are bad and worse than others, but there's too much disconnect of, oh, just do this and it'll solve the problem. Well, that's not necessarily true.
Oh, one more question for you guys on that, and to the goalpost point. Our team is working closely with CPW in obviously a lot of ways, but one of them is the site assessments. And just curious if the site assessments have been helping solve the moving goalposts, where if you do a site assessment, at least you got that assessment, you know what it's supposed to look like. Is it working like that on the ground, or are you still seeing shifts even after an assessment?
So I have done a site assessment. I'm familiar with that process and what that looks like. I did that in the middle of winter, couldn't access any summer ground. I know that was all well intended, but as a producer, that seemed like you were kind of painting yourself into a corner in some of those questions. So I was a little bit reserved to answer some of those questions as honestly as maybe I could have, just because I didn't know what the future was going to bring in January, so the site assessments are a great thing. I think that it gives information to people that maybe aren't as aware as us, but there was a lot of talk about why are they asking certain questions on those site assessments. So I hope that answered your question.
I think the site assessments were very, they're really ranch orientated. Like, you're just talking about your fence ground here where you operate and stuff like that. Or maybe during the winter, and then like our permitted ground, it's over 100,000 acres, 22 head of cattle. How are we supposed to assess that site and implement these tactics, So I think that's where there was a disconnect too with a lot of these rules and how things were implemented. I think we've got, 10 different cattle owners on our pool that could all be affected by one wolf encounter. But then everybody obviously knows how the rules are written and how the compensation works, where nobody else, is covered under any of that. So, I mean, I know with us, we have a very good CPA agent and stuff like that. So I'm not saying that, there's total disconnect everywhere, but there is some of that, and trying to build that gap, and just be more aware, like the public more aware of that our cattle aren't running just on 50 acres of fenced ground, that we're trying to keep the wolves out of,
And I'd like to be clear on that, I think the CPW officers on the ground, the boots on the ground, those guys are fantastic. Those are fantastic people. They're the leadership is where the problem is. Our local game warden is my guy. So please hear me when I say I'm not beating all of CPW, but the leadership, there's definitely some holes there.
Yeah, I think all of us can agree on that. I mean, our local CPW employees are, I never want to lose mine, because if I do, the alternative could be much, much worse.
So Steve, I don't know if it's oversight, but regularly there's kind of things that CPW puts out, like those site assessments, right? And all of these guys completed those in the winter. So how they're managing their cattle now, it's not really effective or encloses any of that, but those forms have no dates on them. The CPW site assessment form has no area for a date. So I think that just builds this concern of maybe somebody didn't put it there. Maybe now these guys are going to be held to something that they said back in January when they were managing cattle totally different. So it just kind of builds on the distrust, and that there are those things and maybe some missed pieces.
Yeah, I think a few takeaways for me on this, because we don't do this work without CPW, so we're totally integrated. One, just open communication about funding, and if and when the future of that funding is clear, want to make sure we're strategic about it. Two, to Catherine's point earlier, our post season range riding best practices, working with your folks who are willing to, talk about what they learned, share that across the board, and then site assessment review as well. I mean, if we're just doing one a year in the winter and it's not applicable to your permitted ground, want to address that. So we can bring that back to Wayne and Dustin, our whole team, our CPW partners, and add that. to the
Yeah,
season.
and I'll stay on that because I agree with you about the site assessment. I also did one in the winter. And, you know, they don't really know the site. You guys do and I do.
Well,
So,
some of
yeah.
these permits, I mean, me personally, right now, my cattle are south of Glen Canyon. You can't
Yeah,
access half of it,
yeah,
let alone find your cattle.
yeah,
I mean, where you from, it's,
yeah.
it's impossible to even do a site assessment in that area, let alone.
Well, unless you know the area, it's like we were lucky with our range rider. We got someone who is a guide in the area, so he knew the area. But yeah, I agree.
Also, I was gonna say, like the two folks that were at the meeting last night, if they have to cover from here to Walden, for them to pack up, say, a horse trailer and go to Walden, that's an all day event. They won't be able to do any good. It's 6 to 8 hours for them to get there because of the things that they have to do on each end of it. Same thing here, like Kyle was talking about, just to get from Silk up to where the cow camp is on West of Vine Creek, it's an hour and a half to hour and 45 minutes. If you put a stock trailer on or load up a bunch of ATVs, it's closer to 2 hours plus. And then you gotta find the rider after you get up there because there's no cell phone contact. What do? Send up smoke signals? Sorry, sarcastic.
Do the CPW guys have InReach or something? Are we using satellite communications at all?
I'm not sure their capabilities out in the field. We're definitely, like our team, Jesse and Shelby have in-reach devices. We've got self-service free access on some of the newer smartphones.
Yeah. Because you're right, communication is key, and I think that's one of the things we need to pay attention to, because you gotta be able to talk to these guys when they're out, you know, out of cell service, which is most of the time in the country.
And that's something, you know, future grants could include, you know, cover that area. I mean,
Yeah.
Our cow camp was obviously off grid and stuff, but establishing, some kind of communication would be a huge asset for future conflicts and stuff.
And I did work with Dustin when we hired those guys, and I believe they have just to answer your question, I believe they were supposed to get, and my limited knowledge of it was they were gonna get a phone. We recommended they have inReaches and stuff on their stuff, but I met with Cole, I wrote him through my stuff, and he just looked at me like, what do you want me to do here? Like, it's so steep and deep, you know, like, what do you want? I said, just what you can, you know, so those, I feel for those guys, those are good people too, and they're really up against it. Kind of set them up to fail, honestly, so I hope that we can help them and give them support. And I was pretty disheartened when the news media and stuff started getting that negative media on that program, because we worked hard to try to get good people and good things, but 12 people in the state, I mean, I think that was the number, at least when I was a part of it, so
yeah,
that's not near enough, so.
The bottom line with those, when they need to be there, they're not. That's the problem. I mean, nobody can be there 24/7.
Yeah, and
It's
that's why,
impossible, and you can't expect these guys to do that.
and that, I went to the CPW training thing. And so we talked about the deployment of game cameras to alert you of predators in the area, even before CPW knows about them. But one of the problems, again, is you have to go take the SIM card out of the things when they don't have cell service. So that's been an issue on our range. It's like, how many times do you have to go to the game camera? Sometimes it's hard to get to them, you know? And then they could have a lot of pictures on, so somebody's wasting a lot of time screaming through the pictures.
Well, thank you so much for your time. I want to be conscious of continuing to move, but that's also why we wanted to have you right before lunch so that we could eat and then continue these conversations. So please do feel free to eat whatever's back there that smells really good. But yes, thank you again for being willing to come up here and share your thoughts and we'll chat about it. Thank you.
Thank you. If everybody's okay with it, we can stay on schedule. We'll just be back at 1:30. Just about 50 minutes. Yeah. Okay, we'll reconvene at 1:30. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We'll reconvene here at 1:32. And we will go into Colorado Proud High Level Update with Danielle Prada.
Are you guys ready for me?
Yes, I did know.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me. Today I just wanted to give a high-level update of Colorado Proud, just based on this past fiscal year, some of the things that we found out and some of the things that we plan to do moving forward. So I'll leave some time for questions in my 15-minute time slot, and then also you guys have access to the documents that were shared. I am allowed to share my screen. Okay. Okay. Let's see right here. Cool. So you guys had this in your report. We did a member and consumer survey this year. We did them at a different time of year than we normally do. So we did have some different results than we have in the past, but the point was to collect some really good baseline data for all of our strategic plans moving forward. So we noticed that Colorado Proud awareness had dropped among consumers this past fiscal year. Like I said, we had decreased spending in advertising and marketing campaigns, and we did our survey at a time of year when Colorado produce and farmers markets are not at the top of everybody's mind. So we do think that had something to do with it, but we do have a good base percentage now to move everything, continue to move awareness and increase it moving forward. We noticed that younger and non-white consumers are actually less aware of Colorado Proud, but use that same group of consumers uses a lot more grocery delivery services. So this obviously presented a new place for us to do outreach on getting folks connected with Colorado Proud products. Most grocery shoppers in the state feel that they do have good access to Colorado grown, raised, or made products, and particularly strong in rural areas, which we were happy to see because traditionally we find that those are food deserts. We also found that packaging and visibility matters. So most consumers discover the Colorado Proud logo and information through the product packaging, and less on social media. So we really are encouraging our members to use the logo more often. And then we're also trying to find a new way to connect and continue to connect with consumers on the different platforms that they're using to shop and the ways that they get their information. When their interest in sustainable practices has softened or remained moderate since our 2023 information that we gathered in a survey. Obviously, we think this is due to the current economy and how people are spending their dollars. From our members, our businesses see a strong value in Colorado Proud's role in promoting local agriculture, but they want more marketing support, clearer program eligibility, and financial aid. These are all things that we'll be incorporating over the next few years, but specifically starting that in this new fiscal year. We find that small businesses need more help. This is, I feel like, always true. So we're trying to open up more of those pathways and opportunities for B2B. And you'll see in the slides that I'll show here in a few moments that that's one of our main focuses. There's always been interest in subcategories for our logo, and there's a moderate openness to a paid membership model, but we'll need to continue to suss that out and talk to our members more. We work with the budget we have, and we rely on a lot of retailers and consumers promoting the logo through their own channels. And so is there a way we can continue to make that more specific for businesses that feel like that would be important to them? Sustainability practices vary. Some businesses are using regenerative methods and promote sustainability, and some are unsure or inconsistent. So we see a lot of room for growth, which plays in nicely with our Climate Smart Marketing program and the work that Susan does. So some of our focuses for fiscal year 26 is we'd like to target younger and diverse audiences. When I came into this position, millennials, have the market share of the consumer buying power. I think that's still probably true, but we're also seeing a lot of Gen Z continue on with that. And so they're getting their share of the consumer purchasing power. And so we want to make sure that we're speaking to those groups of consumers and how we can better connect with them and, you know, share the importance of shopping local and the Colorado Proud logo in general. We'd like to double down on in-store visibility by enhancing Colorado Proud signage and packaging on shelves and in-store promotions at major grocery retailers. We have a few meetings planned. Just the other day, Safeway reached out. They'll be doing a big Colorado Proud promotion just on their own. And so that's always great when we don't have to use any of our funding to make some of those things happen. So I do think that now that, you know, the economy is the way it is and people are looking for local, I think that this is just a really wonderful opportunity for Colorado Proud. So we're already seeing a change in that, but we have some meetings planned with our bigger retailers in the state over this next fiscal year to try to make more of that visible in their stores. Telling the local story more often and more emotionally. So a lot of people have a pride in our state and a lot of people have the pride in the agriculture in our state. So we just continue to promote that. I know that Hollis may have mentioned our Rooted in Tradition campaign for this last fiscal year, which was really successful in both recruiting new Colorado Proud members from different backgrounds, and then also getting into communities that we normally don't speak to about shopping local. And so we will continue to use that. What's great is we have a lot of footage over the years that we've had. So when we work with our vendor who creates these videos for us, we're not spending extra dollars. We're just using what we have, but we're just continuing to tell that story. And we'll be doing that more often this year through video. Creating campaigns around sustainability. I think that, you know, people are interested in that, whether they're willing to put their dollars to pay extra for certain products that say that they're doing that or are doing that. We're not sure, but we do want to tell the story about a lot of our producers are just doing things that are sustainable for our state every day. And so working with producers from the STAR program and then also with Susan and her Climate Smart, you know, marketing customers that she works with and businesses, and also those distributors, we can continue to uplift that story for producers. And then, of course, we want to refresh messaging to younger shoppers. Like we said, many under 35 aren't as aware of Colorado Proud, so we'll be continuing to work on that, like I've mentioned earlier. And then the opportunities for growth, you know, continue to have clear member education. We have our new member meetings that we do quarterly to really help members understand what's going on, why they are part of this program, and how to use it most effectively. We have a online consumer or a business owner member toolkit where we have everything from logos to logo use guidelines to the co-packing directory, and other contacts on our G Suite, so folks can have access to that once they join. We have potentially a few ideas around subcategories. Again, this is really in its infancy, so we're just trying to understand what people need and what our business owners are looking for. And we continue to ask those questions in our consumer surveys and online. You know, a lot of producers and business owners would like more financial aid and grants. So obviously in the markets division, we have a great setup for that and we continue to connect people, but are there other opportunities outside of the department that we can be helping? So we do that. We share those opportunities in our newsletter. And then we'll continue to run the mini campaigns tied to seasons and events. And those are always really popular to keep local at the top of mind for folks. If there's no questions, I can quickly run through kind of what we see for the strategic plan for the next 5 years, if that works. And that should only be just a few more moments. No questions? Okay. So one of our WIG's wildly important goals this past year was to create a Colorado Proud 5-year strategic plan, and had that done by June 30th. So we have that done. We are excited to start to carry some of that out. And of course, it's a living document, always changing to different information that we get at different times of the year. Okay, there we go. So we did develop a program mission statement. I don't have to read that, but basically we really never had an actual mission statement for what the Colorado Proud program did and what it means to its members. So we developed that, and I think that that helps the program just solidify what it is it's setting out to do and how our members understand what we're doing for them. So how we will achieve our mission statement is by boosting the local economy, promoting environmental sustainability, strengthening consumer trust, supporting agricultural growth, creating educational opportunities, and enhancing food security. I'd love to point out for creating educational opportunities, we normally have Colorado Proud School Meal Day, which is always, it used to be in September and now it's in October. And we're actually going to change it this year to Colorado Proud School Meal Month because that coincides with National Farm to School Month. And so we're in the middle of creating a bingo card for schools to be able to participate in other early childhood education centers. And that's just one of the ways we want to get people more excited about Colorado Proud. I thought I heard someone, did I miss anything from someone in the room? No? Okay.
No.
All right. We based our strategic plan on 3 pillars of strategy. So, this also goes along with the mission statement. We have consumer awareness. We have business to business and business to consumer growth. We have a growing and diverse membership and consumer base, which we've achieved really well this past fiscal year, but we continue to do that. And not only diversity for what, ethnic backgrounds, but we also want to talk about, what are some of the companies we're missing, in the agricultural industry and segments of that. So these are our 3 pillars to keep us grounded and focused on how we choose what we need to do. And these are the overall 5-year strategic focuses. So we have enhanced consumer loyalty, expand market opportunities, invest in technology like more, mobile app for the Farm Fresh directory or easier for folks to find local on their phone, advance diversity and inclusion, and promote sustainability. All of these have very specific plans, and there is a hyperlink to the draft. The strategic plan is still in draft form, but when it is official, everyone can have access to it, but we have a very detailed spreadsheet for the next 5 years, quarter to quarter, on how we can achieve those and putting metrics to them. Another example here is that we have the Make-A-Wish Foundation, which is doing a concert series towards the end of this summer, and it's a great opportunity for our Colorado Proud members to be a part of that, to bring product, to share with the hundreds of people that will be at this event. And Colorado Proud will have its logo and be visible at this event. And so that's just another great business to business opportunity for our members. And that's just one example. So just some program insights would be, we have very good established network and programs within the department and outside of the department. We have a very high perceived value among businesses and our members, as well as our retailers. And then we have a strong alignment with local values. The challenges here, we will need to increase our brand awareness over the next fiscal year and on from there. Staff capacity and retail outreach, that's just based on talking to other state marketing programs. We did a deep dive with that this year and talked to, I think, about 20 other states about what they're doing. And so we saw that maybe there were some challenges there where we didn't have as much staff, but we can make it work. And then limited awareness among younger consumers, which we'll start to address. So that's really all I have, but happy to talk about anything that you might have questions about. And I appreciate your time, and we're looking forward to this next fiscal year and beyond that.
I have one question.
Sure.
So Naturally Boulder just expanded last year into Naturally Colorado. Have you looked into working with them at all on your Colorado Proud, sort of combining efforts a little?
Yeah, we actually just had a call with them 2 weeks ago. We'll be cross-sharing some of the events that they have. And then we will also have a table at their, I forget what the event's name is, and it's in October this fall. And we'll have a table with also Susan, our climate smart marketing specialist, to help some of that B2B, and then also make more connections with other companies. And we have a pretty good relationship with them, but we're kicking that up a notch this year by being more involved with the programs that they have and really sharing them with our members.
Because they might be able to help with your outreach too.
Yep.
Any other questions for Danielle? Here on Zoom?
I don't have a question, but one thing I love to point out, Danielle, first of all, thank you so much for presenting that and going into the strategic plan. Much like I like to point out what I love about seeing what she came up with on the strategic plan is much like the specialty crop block grant criteria. You can really see how Amanda and Danielle have taken the Colorado Prep strategic plan and broken out those silos, and we're beginning to pull in areas in other divisions of the department. Looking at, equity, diversity, inclusion, looking at sustainability, environmental efforts, modernization, various other elements of ag into the Colorado Prep program and pulling that out of and seeing those gaps and those areas playing from the survey that they conducted. So I think it's exciting to see.
Yeah, and everything we have planned, we have very specific metrics because we feel that maybe, the past 10 years or so, we really haven't had that data. And I think that it's just really important for us to have that data to be able to make really strategic, smart decisions to move the program forward. So we're looking forward to, really just drilling down on that. And we have that from this last fiscal year, and we'll have that moving forward.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, moving into our commission member updates. Any volunteers?
I could start today. Out northeast Colorado, we've finally been getting some rains in June. And a little hail to go along with it, but I think the moisture came a little late for wheat. We'll probably average in the average yields out there, I guess, if you will. It had a lot of potential because we had the wet snow and rain last fall, but we just didn't get the spring rains. And so all in all, it ended up being probably average. Pastures are greening up a bit, a lot better than last year at this time. In the eastern counties of the northeast part, still a little dry on the western counties of the northeast part. Like the Washington, Morgan counties are still a little dry in that area. Hopefully up towards Nick's way, they're getting more rains too, but they could be a little dry. It seems like a broken record again. Cattle prices just keep hitting record high prices. They did here again just this past week on the Board of Trade, which is great for the cattle side. The cattle futures are record high prices. Grain prices are still tanking though. We're really disappointed in that. Sugar and edible beans are starting to drop quite a bit as well too in prices. Still concerned about parts inventories, availability remain very concerning for repairs of equipment and our transportation of trucks and everything like that. It seems like it just takes so long. We never have recoup from even the 4 or 5 years ago. It's just a lot of equipment sitting there waiting for parts and repairs. So that's a problem as well. Grasshoppers are back again, not near as detrimental this year, but they are detrimental, but not as in great of numbers. It's been a lot of trying to control again and in pastures and crop borders as well. I think one thing that has maybe slowed them down a little bit is the June rains. They don't really like the moisture the best, but hopefully keep getting rains and they'll be slow this summer. We're still, obviously concerned about input costs and interest rates, especially when the commodity prices are low. Machinery sales out that way are really slow. You see a lot of machinery just sitting on the lots too, at the various dealerships, things like that, kind of stagnant in their market. One thing we do see though, land sales are, the prices there are staying, they're somewhat lower, but it seems like there's a lot of retirees or people thinking that they maybe want to sell out while the prices are decent to some of the land markets. This doesn't have anything to do with us, but CDOT's in big trouble where our paved roads out there are just horrible. Repairs just cannot keep up with the cracks and the potholes. There's a lot of damage being done to vehicles and machinery out there as well, going down the roads. So just it is unreal. You'll see people dodging. You think they're maybe under the influence or something, but a lot of times they're just dodging holes. Even following state patrolman or sheriff, you'll see that. It's very concerning. So on a side note, it's good, all the kids that have put in all their work all summer for 4-H and FFA, getting ready for the county fairs, and then hopefully they'll be going to state fairs and things like that, and school's just right around the corner. So that's kind of the update for Northeast Colorado. Thank you. Next.
I'll go. So Western Colorado is definitely very dry. I looked at where we were on normal rainfall, and we're 3.44 inches short out of an average rainfall of 10. So now we're over a third out of and everything's just dusty and dry. Colorado River is very low. For the first time ever, the Grand Valley Irrigation Company went around and checked the flow on all the head gates and turned them down. So only shares were going through it. There's no metering or anything. And usually they don't bother to see what's going out because it just goes back into the river through the drainage system. But now they've, first time ever I've seen them actually go look. People are starting second cutting. There's kind of a lot of hay around still, so I don't think the price is going to change over last year. Fruit that were into early peaches, there were cherries and apricots, so orchards are doing well. Farmers markets in full swing. There seem to be a lot of people at the farmers market, so local food is still really important. Tourist visits, I understand, are down, and sales tax collections are down in the county and in the city. Lodging taxes as well. So, people are starting to feel that price pressure. I'll talk a little bit about the northwest part of the state, which is also very dry. And I'll give you a little update on our situation on the range. So as you know, we got a grant for Range Rider, and then we have worked with Halter Virtual Fence System on a pilot project where we're testing some new capability of the collars up on our range. So we've collared about 200 head of cattle. It's amazing. It's working amazingly well. The system is, we have 100% sight of our cattle individually identified on the app. So we always know where every single cattle is on 10,000 acres right now. They haven't moved up into the forest yet. But that'll be another 20,000 acres. We have a range rider who he personally rides 5 days a week, and then he usually has his daughter or a wife out when he's firefighting or anything like that. So, and the way that we've been using sort of our technology and our range rider, so he knows exactly where the cattle are. So he first goes out and rides. We have 3 separate herds that are fairly close together, but on slightly different parcels. And so he'll go and ride all 3 herds, and then he'll go out into the areas where the cattle are going to next. And he's placing game cameras out on the sort of the area where they're going to be next, just to see if there's anything we need to be concerned about. And he goes and collects the SIM cards from the game cameras and takes them home and reviews them at home. We also have opened up our BLM to dude riders. After talking to a lot of people about increasing human presence on our range, that's one of the best ways to mitigate wolves. And so we let the range riders and the dude riders, as much as they can, sort of ride around the cattle and ride where they're going next. And that's worked really well. The guy guiding for the range rider is actually a sheriff in Grant County. So also goes out, prepared to deal with any issues that he sees out there. And so we've had a couple calves die, but not from wolves.
One of them was scavenged by a bear, but I don't think the bear actually did the killing. We've seen wolves. We have 3 uncollared wolves in the area that we and other people have seen. They haven't bothered any cattle, but it's interesting to note the difference of the reaction to cattle to a wolf and to a coyote. So they can tell the difference. They ignore coyotes going through them mostly because they're not a threat. But when a wolf is through them, the cattle definitely are running off from a wolf. So that's one of the ways that we can, from a distance, can tell what's going on out there. But again, the wolves are going through and they're not really bothering anything. So it's, for me, using, multiple techniques, we haven't had any issues. We do, the bears have been a problem, and I'm fairly confident that what we're dealing with is habituated bears coming in from Steamboat Springs or relocating them in the area. So we've had one that attacked the house, tried to break in at all the windows of the ranch house, which was terrifying for the people in the house. The CPW officer came out at 1:30 in the morning and set a trap. By 2:30, the bear was in the trap. And I don't know, I don't know where it went. I'm pretty sure they put it down because it's been a problem before. And then we had our ranger rider was attacked by or charged by a bear while he was horseback out with the herd. And so he was given permission to, if it happened again, to shoot the bear, and he does go out armed now. So we're working with Halter on putting some more capability to deal with the predator issues, in the state. So what we're trying to do now is to link our game cameras to the cellular towers that are, giving our data so we could view what's on our game cameras on our app with Halter. And then there's some other things we're working on for range management, also using through the same system. So we might have sort of the internet of ranching all on one platform, sort of the goal. That's been fun. It'll take a few years to get it all enabled and roll it out to other users, but it's going well. And that's about it.
Can I ask, are the collars battery operated or?
No, solar operated. So they've left them on cattle continuously for 6 years now. And so there's sort of no maintenance. When we put them on the cattle, there was pretty much no reaction. So they have 2 panels that sit on either side of vertical and a small weight that keeps them that way. And it's really, they probably weigh 2 pounds. And so we got no reaction when we collared them. And, we've linked the collars to their ear tags or their names in some cases. And so when you tap on a cow out in the pasture, you can see who it is. So if you have a cow that's not respecting the fences, then you can know who it is to maybe put them on your call list. So it's really a cool system.
Are there a lot of companies making these collars?
So yes, I think there's 4 companies that I'm positive, and there might be a 5th one. Most of them are battery. Gallagher has solar panels, but they're on a big thing that hangs down under the neck of the cow. And that was a thing that we had vents before, and we didn't like that big clunky thing hanging under because it does knock around and it just seems like it would be really uncomfortable. And they did react more when we put that on them. And so this system, I have experience with vents, and when Merck bought it, the communication just went in the tank. So it's hard to get someone to call you back when you're having an issue. I don't know. I know some people in Eagle County are using the Gallagher system, which is the solar panel on the battery pack that hangs down. And there's no fence. I think there's one other that I'm blanking on the name of, which are all battery powered. So usually the batteries last, they say 6 months, but it depends on how many times they bump them against the boundary and use the signals and power on it. The other thing about Halter is it doesn't shock them. It works on sound and vibration. And so because it's from New Zealand, where animal welfare is really a key issue, they don't use electric shocks at all.
We have a question by Nick.
Yes.
Nick, you have a question for Catherine?
Yeah, Catherine, I think it's been several meetings ago that you were talking about possibly at some point in the future with Halter being able to enact like a if you can sense that cattle are being chased by something, it'll send out a hazing sound or something like that. Is Halter working on some of that capability, or where's that at?
They're gonna put the accelerometer into their database in a future collar. They already have the lights and sound enabled in the collar because that's how you guide the cattle around. So yes, it's coming in the future and we'll probably pilot it, I would say probably not next year, but the year after.
I can't help but think that that's got to be at least part of the wolf solution. And, if you combine that with collar data on the actual wolves, boy, that could certainly be a
I know, yeah.
pretty effective deterrent.
Yeah, I would love to put one of the collars actually on the wolf, because then I think you could use AI, because they don't want you to know where the wolves are to keep them spatially separate, but we're not there yet, but maybe.
Okay, there's one more question.
I was just curious, and maybe you said this, about how much does it cost per collar and how much is the service then sort of annually?
So the collars, they don't charge you for. You buy the towers, and they're about 4,000, 4,500 a piece. And then the collars, what you're doing is paying a yearly data service. And the reason they do that is because if they upgrade the collars, they're just going to change out all the ones you have. So they don't want to charge you for that. So it's a $66 a year per collar data service. And for that, I mean, we use, because we're piloting stuff with, they're up at the ranch about every week. But pick up the phone and somebody answers the phone 24/7. And so you get a live person. If you need tech support, they put you on there. If you need someone to come out the next day and deal with the issue on the ranch, they'll arrange that.
How many acres does the tower serve?
That depends on the terrain. So we have it covering about 12,000 acres right now. But we have 9 towers on because we wanted complete coverage. That's sort of excessive, but they did that at their cost because we're doing a lot of work for them to figure out how to use the system in the state.
Good. Thank you. Next.
Sure, I'll go. Like David said, the June rains were great. They also brought hail. But, you kind of take one for the other. Wheat harvest has just started in our neighborhood this week. We're always just about a week behind northeastern Colorado, so we're starting there and things are looking pretty good. The corn and the beets look really good as well. There's a little bit of brewing barley around, but not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. And the ones that are growing it know that they have to store it and go with the next step to suffice the course. So we'll see how long those few growers stay. Kent and I had an opportunity, and I think Kent kind of initiated this for us. We talked with a gentleman named Nate Kaufman from Kansas. He's with the Federal Reserve. And it was a discussion on ag and where we see it going and what's happening. And it was a really good conversation. Both Kent and I talked to him for about an hour. He was just looking into some insight as far as what we had experienced and where we think it's going. And I think we provided him with some information that hopefully he can use and make Federal Reserve kind of direct, some data for them to use as well. I have been appointed, this is exciting, to serve on the National Advisory Council for Annie's Project. And I don't know if you're familiar with Annie's, but it's a nonprofit organization that's dedicated to providing educational programs designed to strengthen women's roles in modern agriculture. And they use the methodology that builds confidence and develops networks and creates lifelong learners among women, farmers, ranchers, and producers. And I had taken the classes, and the classes mostly are being taught through extension services, extension agents and whatnot. And I'd taken the class and I took the training to be a trainer. And then when they came out with this advisory thing, I thought to myself, I really think I have a story to tell. Because when Kent took the job with FSA, before that, I was still teaching and working as administrator, and he was doing all the book work. So when he took this job, one of the agreements we had is I would take over the bookkeeping. And I don't think you really know what a farming operation is like until you are involved in the bookkeeping and the day-to-day. Now, since his retirements and all these things that's happened to him, I still continue to do the bookkeeping. So I did not get rid of that job, but I thought I really have a story to tell, especially to the females. If you want to know the whole operation, you have got to get involved completely. And because you never know what's gonna happen. And how it was and that's what they teach in these classes is how the female, and it started by a lady named Annie, I can't remember her last name, but she was the same kind of thing. Because she was involved in the farming operation, but she did all that. She really felt it was beneficial for women to know. And I do know women in my community who don't know what's going on in their operations. I think it's such a disservice that they don't. So that's why I applied to be on it, and our initial orientation meeting is next week. So it's kind of exciting to see where that's gonna go. Yeah, congratulations. Yeah, thank you. So, oh, the other thing I brought is Ag in the Classroom. This is the book this year. If you have not seen it, it's called Cattle, Corn, and Courage, and it's the story of a John Matusima. I always mispronounce it. But he was a professor up at Colorado State University, still alive. I think he's 103, something like that. And it's a really great story about how he was involved with cattle and corn, and he also invented steam corn, steam, is that right? Flakes, steam corn flakes, yes. And this is just taken on a life of its own for the Ag in the Classroom. Because there's a video now. There's a pack, when teachers sign up for this program, they get a whole packet, and the kids, each kid gets a beef stick. So it's a real hands-on learning situation. And every teacher gets one of these books, and they can either read it to their students, or they can bring in a volunteer to read it. Well, the doctor himself is coming into a lot of schools and doing it. His daughter's taking him, and this cute little man's in there, and the kids are loving it. So I was showing it this morning to Hollis, and he goes, Amanda, look at this. So what between the three of us, we've decided we're gonna get several of the books that Colorado Ag in the Classroom has produced in the last few years and get them to the state fair so they can be read at the state fair, the project that you guys are doing down there. So we're gonna work on that this week. So anyway, and if you'd like to see it, you can, but it's fine.
He was an excellent professor too. I had him.
Did you? It's really cool to hear the stories, and I think that's why it has taken off so fast, is people like you and Don Brown were on a video, and I think cousin of yours. I mean, the video is phenomenal too, just to talk, and he's in the video and talks about his life and everything. So, but yeah, and I think he still has in his possession all his class lists of every student he ever had. So you're somewhere.
Did you pay attention in class?
Hope he doesn't have my grades.
Were you late? Were you on time in class?
Oh, yeah.
Just in the front?
In fact, it's in.
Sure, welcome to share in the press.
Can we get these?
I think I can. Yeah, I'll see if I can do that for us. Yeah, absolutely. But we'll make sure that there gets copied down at the state fair, so we can share it there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Next, the takers.
Sure, I'll go. Okay. Like so many other places in Colorado, it's just been really hot and dry in the San Luis Valley. Abnormally so. We've actually had a few days in the 90s, which is doesn't happen very often. With that, crops are looking really good. Potato crops are looking phenomenal. They're a few days ahead probably of where they usually are at this time. Alfalfa crops, hay crops came off really nice. It was really dry, good high quality hay that came off. Barley's just starting to turn now, so we'll have a harvest here in a few weeks on that. With that, surface water rights shut off really early this year. We peaked around the 6th of June, which is about a week and a half early from what it usually is. All but the senior water rights are shut off now. So We're pumping really hard on the aquifer and it's dropped a couple feet. People are starting to re-nozzle sprinklers, cutting them down. So hopefully we'll make it till the end of the year on a lot of our pivots, but it's definitely a concern. Another concern that we're having right now, one that we haven't seen in a long time, is false chinch bug, and they're starting to, or they've started to defoliate some of the potato plants this year, some of the barley plants. Insecticides are not really very effective on them, and what they're doing is they're dropping a tuber or two off of the sets on potatoes. So we'll look at a little bit of a reduced yield in some places. They're colonizing each plant, 40, 50, 60 bugs per plant. So they're kind of causing a little bit of an issue, but we'll see if we can learn how to deal with them or see if it's a big problem. So, and the big one that's happening, and I talked to Hollis about this for a while last night at dinner, is our coal piles. So at the end of April, we lost one of our coal potato processing facilities, a dehydrator. It burned to the ground. It's in Center, Colorado. So we lost quite a bit of capacity on places to take our coals. So we've been feeding them to sheep, we've been grinding them, we've been spreading them, we've been trying to figure out whatever we can do with our excess pile of coals to abide by the CARB seed law. So it's definitely been a challenge, and it's not a challenge that's going to go away here in the next couple of years. The facility that burned down is looking to rebuild, but it'll be a multi-year process before they get a location and get the facility rebuilt and back up and running. So, so if anybody wants to feed potatoes, they're more than welcome to. So that in lies some of the problem. It's just they don't have a high enough feed value to justify shipping them out of the valley. So, potato supply is still hanging on really well. And then this upcoming year looks really really good as far as supply goes. Too good again. Idaho produced more than they should have again, and so we're struggling with a potential oversupply problem again in the market this year. On a positive note, the Mexico market is still doing really well. No effects of tariffs or anything like that. So we're still able to ship down to Mexico without any problem. So that's been a developing market that's been really good and continues to look good. So yeah, it's kind of my update. And yeah.
And you've got a big competition.
My daughter's in just a local Creed rodeo. So she's won 2 out of the last 3. So she's doing well.
Thanks. Shall we go ahead? Okay. I'm Amanda Weaver. And let's see, things on the farm. It's been interesting in the urban area. It always fascinates me because the weather reports that they'll come out with, oh, it's another sunny, hot, dry day. Isn't that great? And I don't always think that, but no, we had so much rain. I've been dealing with different issues than I've dealt with before because after the rains, there's continued to be a lot of humidity. So I'm dealing with some parasite issues that I've never dealt with. And when you're doing the regenerative grazing, you're trying to be really careful with different worming things that you're giving your animals. And I've not had to deal with quite the worm load that I've been dealing with having come from states with higher humidity and just more things like that. Whether it's my dog or my goats or my chickens, I'm just seeing different things than I've seen before. And of course, when they're fighting things like that, they're using that energy to do that and not necessarily other things to do. So, you know, that humidity brings interesting things when you want to be growing vegetables that like the dry heat and the occasional rain. Tomatoes and basils and things like that, peppers, have also mold issues, and so my berry crops have been a little strange and not a lot of sweetness, not a lot of Brix sugar volume, and so just interesting. As we all know, every year is different, and you're learning something every year. But it's definitely been a 1 in sort of 10-year experience as far as the humidity and yeah. So. What else? The goats are on tour. So for my farm, they are now grazing Wheat Ridge. So if you want to come out to Wheat Ridge Ranch and check out what the goats are at Lewis Meadows Park right now. And that continues to be my best marketing solution, is to put the goats out there in the public spaces and have people ask the question, why are they grazing? What are they grazing? Why would goats be in parks, and what does that do for soils and things like that? So
With name tags though.
yeah. Oh, yeah. No, the goats always have name tags
That's good.
because people like to they call them by their names. And if you don't know, there's Willie Nelson and there's Arlo and Simon and Garfunkel. And this year's new goat that was inducted into the team, our park and rec director really loves Michael Franti. So Michael Franti joined the team of goat raisers. That's all I've got.
Thank you. Online, Nick?
Yeah, I can go. Sorry, I couldn't make it in person this time. I missed a whole bunch of really good field trips, and sounds like this one was right along with the past ones. So sorry I missed that, but I had back surgery in May, and the recovery is taking a little longer than I had planned, but hopefully by the time we have a next in person, I'll be in good enough shape where I can drive. But this trip, the thought of getting stuck on I-70 and having a muscle spasm just didn't sound very good. So hopefully next meeting I'll get to see you all and get to chat some more. But let's see, moisture around here. We had an excellent May. The spigots kind of turned off here in July, but early part of June and all of May, we had an excellent, because we had a pretty rough year last year. As David said, cattle markets just going to the stratosphere. It's crazy how high it's getting, and a little concerning because at some point we're going to start seeing some demand destruction, and as you all know, once demand's hurt, it's really tough to get it back. So hopefully they'll get this screw worm thing sorted out and kind of normalize some of these markets a little bit, but we're enjoying the prices for the time being. Other big things we got going, we're hosting a tour next week for the National Association of State Trust Lands, which is mostly Western states. So all of their staff and representatives from different states will be out on the ranch and looking at all the multi-use stuff out here and taking a look at our grazing. So we're excited about that. Other than that, I think that's about all I've got for an update.
Thank you, Nick. Elena? All right, well, I'll finish up here. I'll start with water. Seems to be an issue in Southwest Colorado and a few other places. Something unique happened this year that hadn't happened in years past is as I was able to lease shares from MVIC, Montezuma Valley Irrigation Company, which has helped us in the past. They just kept their lease, they paid their payment, and weren't able to utilize their water. This year, it came to pass that I was able to get into that market and purchase some shares just for lease for this year. And it helped them and helped us. Granted, it's on top of a water payment we already had, but the financial gain is still there if we were able to get a little bit more water where we farm. And some of you have seen firsthand where we farm in the desert, so we have water, we can grow it. So we ended up at 30%, when we started our water journey in April. Now, we're sitting at a little less than 50. So I was able to, get a little over 1,000 acre feet. And, it's helped us because right now we started our, third cutting this past Tuesday. So we'll be able to pursue into maybe even some of the fourth cutting. We did have to give up all our wheat this year, red winter wheat, 1,000 acres. Just to do to no water and plant no corn but 50 acres for the mill. But, we got a rain at the 1st of June and helped us. We dry land some red winter wheat and we're able to, send 15,000 bushel to Cortez, Florida. So it helped us a little bit financially there. So that helped. The cattle's doing good. Like you said, cattle prices are up, so we're not touching the cattle numbers, which will help us financially through the winter months and into the spring, because those numbers are real high. Hay has stayed steady. We haven't seen no decline. I mean, we get to a point, it's $1 per RFB value, whatever it is. If we're over 200, we might be looking at 200 a ton. If it's 185, our buyers are really consistent on what relative feed value we can provide them. So we cut pre-bloom and we may not have the tonnage, but the price is there as far as the RFB. On the funding issues, Bow and Arrow's doing fine. They're keeping their customer base. We've got enough corn to get them through 25. We'll see what 26 brings. Hopefully it's a good winter and we'll see what happens. But Wayne Pollard will be down, the regional director from the Bureau of Reclamation, Salt Lake. He'll be down Tuesday, and we've got a funding opportunity still in the queue for grain bins to do specially grain or seed production. And just due to this drought, we got to rethink of how we're gonna plant less acres, because we're dealing with 3,000 acres of fallow ground right now that we have to pay to keep it ready for next year if we're gonna plant. Otherwise you have 4 or 5 foot weeds and you'll never get through it.
Yeah.
But if you do, it takes a lot of effort. But he'll be down next week. We did receive funding that made it through this process to replace all our butterfly valves. I think I mentioned earlier, 110 of them, and they just were leaking by. They're almost 30 years old. So that project is moving forward with the money available through the Bureau of Reclamation. This other funding is due for the grain bins is also through the Bureau, and it supposedly went to a second phase. We might see something positive there. We did lose funding for our pivots that we were in with our Inflation Reduction Act money through the NRCS. That's pending. There's still work trying to resolve that, but we have had a few projects go through and some that just did not go through, that didn't make it through this last phase. Other than that, I think on the irrigation end, we're gonna end up with around 50% of our water allocation through the year, which is better than we thought. And we'll see kind of where we're at there as we move forward. We had a visit by the Blackfeet tribe from Montana, and they want to do some type of work. They've got some land and irrigation. I don't know how that's going to work, but they came down and visited the farm, so we'll see how that presents itself as we move forward. I do have, and it might be something I get some information to you. We had a visit a few months back by the Southern Ute tribe and their leadership, and then they invited us back to go visit with them at the end of the month. And I don't know if there's anything there that we can do, but I'll keep you abreast on what their thoughts are. They're starting to put a few pivots up. They do have a buffalo herd and how it ties into our cattle operation or pivots that we can help each other. There's really never been that line of communication since I've been in. So it's kind of nice to have that open up between the two tribes in Southwest Colorado. And other than that, that's about it. Okay. Open discussion and final comments. Is there any moving forward? Okay, seeing none, I thank everybody today. I think the next meeting is scheduled as a Zoom. Is that right?
Yep.
On the 17th, so.
On the bottom, okay, September 17th, pending 12:30 to 3. So, if there's no other questions or comments,
I
Yes, ma'am.
move to adjourn the meeting.
thank you. Do you have a second?
I'll second.
All right, thank you. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you, folks.
Are we all
Those
getting
are the
final instructions on safe air, like, to get in?
No, so what we're gonna follow up on is we know that some of, it's coming from an info email address, and so it might be in your spam. If you can check your spam, and yes, to your personal emails. We're also going to get